I am live. Hey everyone, this is Michael Silvers. I'm so excited to have all of you on today. It is Digital Success Summit with Powerteam time. Here I'm going to type we are live. This is the time to start sharing it amongst your streams. So I'm going to type it, we are live. So what I would like you to do is start sharing it. There we go. Go ahead and start sharing it on your Facebook streams. If you're listening to this, if you're one of our speakers, if you're jumping on the stream, open a watch party. If you're on Twitch, host it. My board just lit up because all this is going live. So before we start officially in 4 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and start my streams going. So let's see. There we go. Power Team Global. Look at that on Twitch. I see myself. Isn't it amazing? There's me too. I'm going to host. I'm hosting a channel. Turn that down, okay, because there is a delay. Sometimes there's anywhere from 10 to 15-second delay. So I've got a host party on Twitch. Now I'm going to Facebook, and there we go. We're live on Facebook. You're going to hear it for a minute. It's okay. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead, share, watch party. And I'm going to start a watch party. There we go, because you got to have fun with these watch parties, right? And I'm also going to share one into a couple of the groups that I know, because they love when I actually do this. It just makes it easier for them. There we go. Started to share. Okay, good. Fantastic. So I've got watch party started. We've got live stream started. We've got a powerful day of speakers. We haven't even started yet. We got 3 minutes to go, but we'll do a little preamble to get you all going. I want to make sure that you know we're going to have, yes, Mr. Robert Allen on today. So it's very exciting. I just got off the phone with Keri Murphy. She is going to rock your world. It's going to be quite the day. Bill Walsh in the middle of the day really is going to just talk about how to really look at your business and spend a year with you. We've got Austin Walsh on. We'll be going through internet media marketing, social media funnels, and it just gets better and better and better. And when we do start, really our first speaker is going to just rock your world. So my name's Michael Silvers. I'm head of global training for Powerteam. I'll try not to turn my head. I like to do that, right? When I do that, you can't hear me. And I've got these signals from my team. We've got a team listening, watching that always says, look forward, look forward. So I've got my paper set up. Now I'm in my home studio. My umbrella above me. Love my home studio. So I got my home studio. Life is good. I'm going to try to make sure my phone doesn't buzz too much. So I'm going to put it on vibrate or stun, as we like to say. That, again, keeps so fewer distractions, but I'm still there for the team, and they're there for me because they'll be texting me through the time. I'll be on with you most of the time. Mr. Bill Walsh will also be on with you, training and teaching you today. Hey, everybody, tell us where you're from. And again, if you want to tell us the cities, that would be great. And Mr. Bill Walsh will be on with us today, and then he'll also be closing out the evening. So, because it never ends. And we have a powerful speaker right towards the end. I have to say, you got to stay on. He's been in front of 8 million people, and you're not going to want to miss that. So, and we're going to have one of the top branding experts. She's been on 100 stages in the last year. So who is Powerteam? Really quickly, for those that you don't know, Powerteam in 2005 started with Rainmaker. Mr. Bill Walsh, after 10 years of turnaround, said it's the small business. And we were going to sell 200 packages. He teamed up. What's the word? That's right, teamed up. And with the team, what he decided to do was he teamed up a little company called GoDaddy, another company called Franklin Covey, and then Learning Annex. Well, that put him on stages around the world. Instead of 200 Rainmakers, it was 3,000 Rainmakers sold. That launched, obviously, a very successful company. He hit the numbers more than were expected, and realized 2 years later the biggest thing businesses don't have is how to joint venture and fund themselves. So he created a joint venture fund to fund small businesses. By 2008, created Win Global Mastermind to bring 50 of the top people together in our programs, and also high net worth individuals that they could work and play with in the Bahamas, in Mexico, in Vegas, wherever it is. Created then, spent 2 years. Bill looked at the best speakers on the planet, created Platinum Speaker Camp, which is next week. For those of you who want to get to speak on the stage or virtually within 60 days or less with everything built, your full package, you're going to want to hear about that. And then at that point, we built up to working at the Small Business Expos for almost 8 years, 100,000 plus businesses we saw. We created the Gold program, which is our masterminds and virtual masterminds around the world. And we continue to grow. So we have 300 events a year live. Obviously, the last couple of months, it's been a little bit different. We went virtual completely, and so here we are, right? We're virtually every single week. We built the Success Club for you to get the best content on the planet. We'll talk more about that later. You go to successclub2020.com if you want. It's actually a free membership. So complimentary, I like to say. And that's who Powerteam is. So now that you're on and we're excited and we're moving forward, what I'd like you all to do is tell me what your name is and where you're from. I'd also like you to create a watch party. Create a watch party. Watch parties are great. So what you do is you just do that, and on Twitch, you create a host. You're hosting a party, right? YouTube, share the channel around. Welcome from New York. New York, New York, New York. Welcome from Michigan. I know the team's on in Las Vegas. The team's on in Chicago. Welcome from Miami. I know you guys are on. And we're also excited because we have centers in Chicago and we have a center in Las Vegas. And now we're opening a big business center for Powerteam in Beverly Hills. And that will be open August 1st. I'm sure we'll have a big opening. We'll see how many people can come, right? We'll do it virtually. And that's really to support all of you. So we're really excited by that part too. So I want you to get ready for the day. And getting ready for the day. So we've talked about who Powerteam is. We've talked about where you're going. We've started your watch parties. You hosted. We've done all that. And now what I want you to do is get ready for the day. So remember, get something to drink. And no, we should get a sponsor from Lipton because I show this all the time. But get ready to have something to drink to keep yourself going. Make sure that you have something to write on. For those of you who are younger, this is called a pad, right? It's a tablet. You have to use a pen to write on it. And we make the best designs on it. I also try, remember how I'm trying not to turn my head? So this is what I want you to create today. This is your funnel of your business. This is how people are going to come into your business. So you're going to learn about that. You're also going to learn about how to drive people through your funnel on your path. This is your path. It's not the end of your business. It's actually the beginning. It's creating more and more and more income, energy, and people who love what you do. It makes a big difference. So all through the day, add to your funnel. Wow, I learned something from Bill that, that's something that I could use in my business today. So add that into your funnel where it would go. Is it where your customers come in, customer acquisition? Is it your lead? Is it your sales? Does it fit with the things that you sell them? Is it business to business? And so keep adding into that funnel all day long. Hey, welcome from Florida. So we're coast to coast now at this point. You guys are awesome. Awesome. But it's really about being part of the team. And, if you'd like to be part of the team, as we talked about, and for how we're growing and who we are and all the events we do and the virtual, just text SBA, Small Business Advisor, 26786. Text it now. Now, that's for people who are serious. You'll actually be responding to me. So, and I'm head of global training, so don't text me if you're not ready to go now, because when I call you, it's go time. And so I really want you to be part of it. I want you to do what it is that really for you makes the difference, but let's take your business to the next level. So text SBA to 26786, text SBA to 26786. Okay, so you've turned on your watch parties, you've got your paper, you've got your drink ready to go. The numbers are coming up. LA's in the house now. Fantastic. All right, now we are coast to coast. We actually hit it. Yeah, Michelle, we welcomed Vegas a while ago. But again, you're grounding yourself for a great day of education. I told you who some of the speakers are going to be. You're going to have, again, Mr. Bill Walsh on later. You're going to have Robert Allen. Mr. Mark Usak has been in front of 8 million people. You're going to have one of the best branding experts on the planet. You're going to have people who are going to keep you moving. We're going to talk about internet marketing and social media with Austin Walsh. The day does not end until it ends. And I don't expect you to leave the stream until that point. You stay on the stream, and that makes a big difference. You stay on the stream because it's your education and learning. You stay on the stream because it's about what you can learn to take out to other people. And actually, just had a little bit of wind in my home studio, which I thought blew away our first speaker's intro. But nope, that one stayed. So see, there is a God. But I'm so excited to have all of you on. I'm watching the numbers go up. That's exactly what you should be doing. So let's walk through one more time. Get ready for a powerful day. Get out your phone or your computer, whatever it is. Go to FaceTime and start your watch party. Do it with your friends. Tag them, invite them through Messenger. Make sure that the groups you're in that would want to see this, which is all of them, are in. Make sure that you start your own watch party. Then flip over to Twitch. I'm in my Twitch feed right now and I host it. You host in Twitch. And it's very simple. There's a little box with like a little up arrow. You click on that. It says host a channel and you host a channel. You can also talk to us all day long. This is interactive. Interactive means we're also on YouTube, so you can share the YouTube channel. Let other people get this education and knowledge and information. But what you want to do is you want to do that now, because I don't want you pushing those buttons once we get rolling, because the information is going to come at you incredibly fast. So if you want to work with us, build a mastermind, be part of the team, see how you fit for us, we fit for you, go ahead and text SBA to 26786. I will text you back in just a couple minutes. So if you get a 425 coming at you, you know it's me. And go ahead and we'll set up an appointment right away. We can talk later. We can talk tomorrow. We can talk during the stream. I'm not kidding. We move really quick. And I'm looking forward to having you and working with you and being part of us and us really working on your business and taking you to the next level. So you've got your stuff, you're ready to go. You've opened up your streams, you've shared YouTube, you've got your paper, you've actually got, again, your drink or whatever that is to move you forward. And we are going to have an amazing, amazing, amazing day. Everybody, stretch. Ready to go? Arms in the air. Fantastic. Take a breath in. Breath out. Get the energy going, the power. You feel it already. Your business is coming to a new level. When you're thinking to yourself at this moment, I just don't know where life's going to be a year from now. You never do. So what you do is you get mentored by the best on the planet. You let the people who are doing it now work side by side with you. That's how you create success in your life. And you partner. You partner with us. We partner with you. We lead you to other people. You lead us to other people. And it's one big family that moves forward. And for those of you who have something going on in your life right now, or you're home, or you can't get out, we're here for you. It's all content today. So take a lot of notes. Ask a lot of questions. The stream is here. The speakers will watch that for you. That's critical. And we will make today the best day that it can be, the best day that it is, and it's time to rock your business. And if you don't know what business you want yet, you're in the right place. You're in the right place, because what we do is we'll help you with the why today. We'll help you lock that in, and we'll tell you a path you can take to not only speak to sell, but how to work with us for a year, and how to be part of a facilitation of masterminds, a group of individuals that come together. That's why you text SBA to 26786 right now. All right, you got that done? We're ready to go. Our first speaker is smiling and ready. I see her down below. And here we go to rock and roll time. And we go fast, by the way, all day. It's fast paced. We get moving. It's like a YouTube channel. But really what it is it's constant information. And we put this together for you. So stay the whole time, because you honor the speakers that we've brought together. And as a team, we're going to be here with you. All right. Our first amazing speaker. Cindy Ashton is a presentation strategist, professional speaker, singer, award-winning TV host of Cindy Uncorked on E360 TV, and author of Liberate Your Voice. With 20 years of experience, she is an authority on presentation skills, speaking, body language, content delivery. Yeah, I got to be careful now. And leadership presence. She has received awards from President Obama and Queen Elizabeth II for her lifetime of volunteerism, and has appeared in multiple media, including ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, Magazine, and Forbes. And now, without any further ado, with a big thunderous round of applause, let's give a warm welcome to Cindy Ashton. Hi, Cindy.
Hey, Michael, and hey, everybody watching. I am thrilled to be here. So everybody, I'm thrilled to be here. I'm all decked out in gold because it's my birthday and I'm about to go to my virtual birthday party. I figured I'd leave the boa off for you. Here's the thing. We've got 17 minutes together, so I want you to buckle in, because I am going to pour amazing goodness on you. Think about it this way. Sales is sales is sales, but what if you could leverage the power of your presence, your body language, your voice, and how you show up to be able to connect with people in a way that they feel so inspired to work with you that you don't have to do any heavy selling. Would that be a cool thing to do, that you don't have to sell so hard? Type yes in the chats because I want to know if you're interested in learning how to do that, because that's exactly what I'm going to teach you how to do. First, I want to start with a story. So a few years ago, I had a client come to me and he said, Cindy, I'm so confused. Every single week I go to my sales, training, and I'm training and training. 3 years, I'm training in sales. I know my sales process from A to Z, or Z if you're in America. And I don't understand why my sales are still average. I'm smart. I think I'm smart. What's going on? And I said, okay, we're going to name him John. I said, okay, John, here's the thing. Is I want you to role play with me and let's see what's happening in your sales conversation. Within the first 7 seconds, I knew exactly why he was taking all kinds of actions, but not getting great conversions. And maybe this is happening to you where you've taken a lot of training, you work really hard, you're doing everything right, but your conversions aren't quite at the top notch yet. So I said, okay, John, I totally know why you're not converting in those first 7 seconds. Your first 7 seconds will make or break your sale and your ability to be able to convert a lot faster. Here's what John was doing that maybe some of you are doing. The first thing he was doing is we were role playing because his job was being in person selling interior designs and curtains. So the first thing he was doing is he was following his 6 steps his company gave him. And he said, hi, Cindy, it's great to meet you. So I need to go to the kitchen. I need to put this down. And I was like, whoa. The problem is that he was so busy being in his head about the steps that he stopped remembering that I was a human being. And he stopped remembering that the prospect was a human being. And he came across as so frazzled that I was like, whoa, I don't trust this guy. He's frazzled. He's trying to get to my kitchen. He's not listening. He's not picking up my excitement. And I see a lot of people, I've literally been doing this career for over 20 years. And I see a lot of people not fully grounded in their bodies and not fully taking in the other person. They're so busy being in their head or trying to be perfect or trying to be overly scripted that they forget to just be human and connect and listen. And so what was really interesting is that just by teaching him how to calm his energy and take in the energy of another human being, then he started really listening deeper than just what was being shown to him. He was listening on a very deep emotional intelligence level. And suddenly, by doing that, he was listening to his own instincts and responding to what the client really needed. And it's amazing because 5 sessions later, he started doubling his sales and stayed there. And it's a missing piece that I see from a lot of people. A lot of people walk into a situation not knowing what's happening with their speaking voice or their body language or what the words are that they're saying or their energy or presence. So by the time I'm done, I'm going to go through a few tactics to get you there, to get you connecting on a deeper level so somebody trusts you immediately and wants to work with you. But at the very end, Michael and I have a 30-minute complimentary session with me if you want me to look at your messaging, your body language, and your voice and help you to be able to boost up to that next level of sales. So let's start with some tactics. And I love all the greetings coming through. Hello, everybody. The first thing that you want to do is just like as if you were a performer or a sports personality, and I am a performer. By 19, I was already working with Broadway professionals and was doing professional opera by 25. But when you're a professional performer, you're a professional sports person, a professional athlete, you got to get your head in the game. You've got to get your body in the game. You've got to have a routine down pat, okay? So what we want to do is learn to be grounded in our body, release any stresses in our body, because here's the truth of it. If you are carrying any stress and tension, like a lot of us are during this coronavirus thing going on, if you are carrying a lot of tension, that tension affects your speaking voice, your body language, your energy, and your presence. So with my client, John, he was doing a lot of breathing up here and he was coming across really frazzled and his voice was extra loud. And it was like, whoa. But the minute you learn how to drop and ground, it makes all the difference. So I'm going to teach you a couple of quick exercises that you want to do pre-game before you get on that sales conversation, before you do that webinar, before you go network, whether it's virtual or in person, whenever we're let out of our cages. I'm in New York. We're not letting us out anytime soon. So the first thing I want you to do is before you go into any kind of sales conversation or networking or presentation is I want you to warm up. So the first thing I want you to do is put your feet shoulder width apart. You can do this either sitting or standing. And then you want your feet shoulder width apart, spread out your feet, really ground yourself down, and then just start to just move around and feel your body and feel if there's any tension, okay? Just move and breathe, and you can do this with me. And then I want you to do cactus arms. So literally you're putting your arms in a cactus and you're dropping your shoulder blades. So if you're doing this with me right now, I want you to notice that you feel a stretch and I want you to breathe into that stretch. And because we're limited on time, I want you to do this for 30 seconds at home. You're going to shake it out and then you're going to do it again for 30 seconds. Then you're going to roll your shoulders big and with breath. And you're going to do that a few times. Okay, so watch us back to get the routine. I'm going super fast because we don't have a lot of time and I'm watching the time. So here's the thing is that when you start to release the chest tension, which a lot of us carry, and what happens is that your breathing drops into your belly. So instead of me talking like this and I'm all up here and I don't seem like I'm very trustworthy, all right, now I'm grounded and I'm talking to you and now I'm bringing you to me instead of pushing you away from me with this energy. So it gets you grounded in presence, it gets you in touch with yourself, and it gets you to be more open and warm and connected, which allows you to connect and listen on the deeper level to any prospect or any person that you're speaking to. So that's step one. You want to have a pregame, you want to de-stress. If you're wondering if this works or not, here's what you're going to do is you're going to read a paragraph on a video recorder or any kind of audio recorder. You're going to do some relaxation, you're going to stretch, you're going to move, you do cactus arms, re-record that little paragraph, and you're going to notice a radical difference in how you're coming across. It's crazy, but it works. So step one, de-stress, get yourself in the game. Step two, you want to come across as warm, especially if you're having a bad day. So here's another acting technique for you, another acting kind of a thing that works beautifully in business, especially if you're having a bad day. How do you show up as warm and connected? What I want you to do right now is we're going to do something called sense memories, which is an acting technique. I'm just going to take you through it. Close your eyes. Take a breath in and release. Okay, and so in your mind's eye right now, I want you to imagine your favorite type of client, somebody that you love and adore. They've been an amazing client. Just get them in your mind's eye, somebody that you love and adore that is going to totally want to buy in and totally is going to love everything you have to say and want to say yes to you. Imagine that person in your mind's eye. And then what you want to do is imagine one specific part of their face that really lights you up. Is it their smile? Is it their eyes? Is it their dimples? Is it their cute nose? Just imagine that and breathe in their essence. And once you do that, what it ends up doing is, once again, it makes you look softer and warmer. And especially because everyone's gone virtual, if you have to do videos and you're looking into a blank camera, it will allow you to be able to see that person in the camera's lens, and you look more alive than the nervous person like deer in headlights going, okay, I'm talking to the camera and I'm not seeing somebody, versus, oh, I'm seeing this person's cute dimples. Or if you're going into a meeting, it automatically makes you warmer, which attracts people to you. Okay, let me check on the time because I am one of those people who are super, super respectful of time. We still have another 5 or 6 minutes. All right, so that's your pre-game routine. Now, when it comes to sales, when you're having a sales conversation, there's a few things you can do with your voice to help things along. When you actually go in to drop the sale, whether you're on stage or on a webinar or in a sales conversation, a lot of people go, all right, everybody, I've got this great product. You've got a da-da-da-da-da. But the minute you get that big with your energy, you're pushing, you've got this push aggressive energy, and it actually makes people really scattered. You want to ground people's energy. So what you really want to do is you want to slow down, tell them about that juicy offer, let your voice get calmer, but not meek, so that they feel like, oh, it's a secret. You're creating intimacy. You want to create intimacy in a non-sexual way. But by dropping your voice, going slower, it makes people lean in and go, ooh, what am I being led into? It makes them feel like they're part of a secret, but it also grounds their energy and it makes them listen to you, okay? And then once you drop the sale, you say, okay, so let's say you're on a conversation. You might say something you might do your information confirmation. So from what I heard today, you're really rocking it out this way. Yes, 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 great. And from what I've heard, you're also struggling in these areas. Yes, great. So if we were to create a package for you that was 3 months long where we would be able to accomplish XYZ, would that be the right program? Then they would say yes. So then you go to drop the sale, okay? This is what you do with your voice. Great. So for a 3-month package, it is $10,000. And you shut the freak up. This is a New Yorker coming in out of me, but you just shut up, seriously, because this is where people are losing the sale. Partially because they're not using a calm voice to draw in people with intimacy, but they're not being quiet. As soon as you drop the sale, be quiet and let them process, let them feel it, let them think about it, let them get a little uncomfortable, because that's going to make all the difference in the end game. So those are just a couple of voice tactics. If you want to build excitement with somebody, that's when you can go, oh my gosh, and we could do this, and we could do this, and we could do this, and we could do this. And you can get really excited about it. But that's because you're getting them in their joy and their excitement. But when you want them to feel intimate, that's where, and close a sale, that's where you start to slow down with your speaking voice. All right, so I know that I've got just a few more. Oh, thank you, Cheryl, saying happy birthday to me. All my friends have been calling all day, singing very badly. They're like, oh my God, I'm singing to a former opera singer, but it's fine. I love all the love. I appreciate it. Okay. So in these last 2 minutes, I want to talk about the messaging piece. This is massive. I could talk days on this. I have a lot of people come to me and they say, hey, Cindy, I know my message. I help people to get healthy. I get people to grow their businesses. I help people to whatever, have better sex. And that's great, but it's really generic and I don't know what your point of view is. So I see a lot of people go out and speak, because I know there's a lot of speakers here, and the feedback they say is, Cindy, everybody says I'm so inspiring, but why aren't I converting? And there could be a lot of reasons, but I find whether you're a speaker, coach, consultant, entrepreneur, business owners, that you have to go beyond just stating the problem and the solution. You have to stand for something that is bigger than yourself, right? So if you go to buy a Nike product, you're buying into the idea of victory and being a champion. You're not buying it for the strength of the shoelaces. You're just not. And then the second piece is that it's super, super important to truly have a message that says something a little bit different. So here's a question that I want you to think about yourself. When you think about other people in your industry, where are they missing the mark that you're rocking it out? And then own that point of view that is drastically different. So as a presentation of 20 years, everybody else in the presentation speaking world are selling confidence. And I'm like, hell no. Confidence is like totally overrated when it comes to closing sales and being a great presenter. And people go, what? And it makes them pay attention. And then I talk about how stress lives in the body and how it affects your presentation. And people go, this is different. I'm leaning in. I want to know this person. So to wrap it all up, step one, be really mindful to see yourself as an athlete or a top performer and really de-stress, get yourself grounded and in the zone. Step two, when you're in a conversation, talk less, listen more, and really take in the energy, just like professional actors and performers are. Take in the energy of the audience, if it's one person or 2,000, and then use your voice to bring up excitement and to create intimacy and close. And if you are trying to figure out how to do all this, lastly, have a message that buys into a bigger idea, whether it's victory and feeling like a champion or feeling like an adventurer, whatever that is, as well as have a strong point of view that people go yay or nay to. So just to wrap up, if you are like, ooh, this is really cool, I'm curious, I wonder how my message is, I wonder if my body language and my speaking voice can be better to close more sales and have deeper connections. If that's you, then I would absolutely love for you to schedule your complimentary consultation with me. I would love to be able to give you that feedback and elevate you to the next level. Just go to ipowerteam.com/freedom. You know I have to sing, just saying. So thanks a lot, Powerteam USA, for having me. Bill Walsh.
Cindy,
hey.
how are you, hon?
Hey, it's so great to meet you. I
wasn't going to miss this chance to pop in for your birthday. Usually Michael does all this stuff, but when I seen that was your birthday, I'm like, no, I got to jump in and say hello. So if you guys could all just put some number ones in there. I've seen already a lot of happy birthdays for you. That's so awesome. But your message was right on, and what she's talking about is you've got to ask for the sale, and you've got to be willing to ask for the sale and then shut up. Because if you keep talking, the more you talk, the less you sell. It was really great. So just tell me, where's the party at tonight for the birthday? What's going on?
It's going to be on Zoom, and a bunch of my friends are coming. Last year, I actually had a whole concert in New York City that was almost sold out that got canceled tonight. But instead, I'm with my friends on Zoom, and I'm wearing my party gown. I'm going to get the boa on.
I love it.
And and I'm going to sing. I'm going to make them do trivia. I'm going to sing a bunch of lines from show tunes and see which of my friends can guess them, and then give them prizes.
Any last words of wisdom you want to share before I let you go?
Yeah. So first of all, before I go, Bill and the whole team and Cheryl, thank you so much for having me. It's been such an honor. And my final words is trust yourself and trust your inner wisdom. Take that time just to breathe, ground, and trust the power that's already within you. You don't have to try that hard when you trust and drop in.
I love it. All right, listen, I'm going to let you run. Thanks so much for being here.
All right. Thanks, Bill. Thanks, everybody.
Don't forget ipowerteam.com. Go get that coaching session right now. Don't wait, you guys. Because her roster gets pretty full pretty quick. So thank you very, very much, and have a great birthday.
Thanks, Bill.
Bye-bye for now. Well, I'll tell everybody, thanks for plugging in, first of all. We got a really fun day planned for you. I know Michael kind of kicked it off with some great information, intel. Don't forget, text SBA to 26786. If you want to coach or train for us or travel with us, so many great opportunities right now, so many new things happening, new membership sites. We launched a new software this week called Mobex Pro. I'll talk about that later on in the day. Great speakers all day long. Our next speaker is actually a friend of mine for more than a decade. She's actually been to some of our programs. She's a really dynamic lady that has taken an idea and a concept to help anyone that wants to get on TV, radio, broadcasting, to really make your image the best ever, to really make your story the best ever. But more importantly, she's built a massive community. And I mean hundreds of thousands of people follow her on social media and listen to what she talks about, because the message she shares is almost what I would call a must. Every small business owner, every entrepreneur, if they don't learn how to communicate effectively, they're communicating in the wrong direction. They just don't know it yet. I'll also tell you this, that she's dynamic. She's a mom. She's just an amazing lady that over-delivers all the time. And someone I've had an honor to call my friend, and someone I've had an honor to call an amazing individual that not just delivers, but she over-delivers. And so with that, I'd like to bring her onto the stream and ask her some questions, have some fun with, some ideas and some input she can give to you guys, and just take a lot of notes. All I can tell you right now is take a lot of notes. So let me bring her on the stream real quick, and we'll get this thing started. Keri Murphy, how are you?
Walsh, hello. How are you, my friend? It is so good to see you.
Yeah, likewise. It's an honor to have you on here. And I know that you've got a busy schedule right now. I know even though you're home, you're still like going 100 miles an hour. So maybe share with our audience just a little bit of your story. How did you get to where you're at today? And what are you most excited about that you're working on? So I'll just let you kind of roll that for a few minutes, and I'll jump back in.
Yeah, sure, Bill. And again, thank you for having me. It's such an honor. Well, we all know now And if you don't know, you're going to know very soon, right? That using video to grow your business is a must. Maybe 5 years ago, you could teeter with the idea, you could play with it. And especially now with this global pandemic and we have everyone online, there's never been a more important time for you to understand and really relish in the need and the idea that you get to be on camera whenever you want. Growing up, I always wanted to be on camera. I wanted to be the next Mary Hart on Entertainment Tonight. By the way, my birthday's Saturday. So I don't know what's going on, Bill, but you're attracting a lot of Geminis in the group. And I begged my mom.
Well, let's just say a happy early birthday for you, because obviously it's it's birthday week.
It's
Whoever
birthday
else got a birthday,
yes.
if anyone else has a birthday, just post it on the stream, and we'll make sure to acknowledge your birthday this week.
Yes, perfect. So I begged my mom for years to get me into the entertainment business. And at the really awesome age of 11, if anyone remembers 11, right? Super awkward. She put me into this little modeling and acting school. And at that moment, I realized two things. I realized that I wasn't going to be the supermodel that I really wanted to be. But I also realized I had this natural affinity for being on camera. I also want to say, though, that like so many of the other entrepreneurs I coach and mentor from around the world, I too wanted to look through my hands to look at myself on film. Like, it's a very scary thing. It's very vulnerable to look at yourself on camera. And when it comes to entrepreneurs, we're not conditioned to be on camera. That's not part of our business training, and yet we know we need to. And so that's what I specialize in now. But fast forward, I started my first business in my 20s. I was an interior designer, and I was always doing commercial, local film projects. I was the local morning show expert for design. And then I ended up buying that talent agency that I went through as a little girl at 27. My mom and I both put in $15,000. I took the business from about $150,000 a year to almost $1 million until we had this wonderful thing called the 2008 recession hit. I had a brick and mortar, like so many people do right now. And I was in my early 30s. I had no mentors like Bill Walsh and other people that we know and admire. And I found myself flat on my face. I had to file personal bankruptcy because I was leveraged to the guilt with my business. I had lost my way. I was brokenhearted. And yet I'm so thankful for that time. And maybe you're there right now where you feel like kind of the ground has been flipped out from under you. And I'm telling you, there's never a better time than right now to reset, to really look at what type of business you want. And that's what it allowed me to do. So I was on camera the whole time I was owning my talent agency. I was a spokesperson for a tea time golf website. I was a host on the Golf Channel. I moved out to LA, signed with a top agency, was working on and TV Guide, and found myself, like maybe you are right now, not in my zone of genius. Like, hey, I love being on camera, but I don't like being a talking head. I like inspiring people. Hence my company's called Inspired Living. I love seeing potential in people. I love helping people create wealth so they can give back and make the world a better place. And to me, that's what Inspired Living is really about. And that's why I love building social entrepreneurs, people who build businesses that create incredible income that then they can give back. So fast forward to where I am today. Inspired Living was launched in 2011. We specialize in teaching entrepreneurs how to be on camera, how to use video, everything that Cindy said. I was like, yes, yes, yes. And there's never been this playing field that no one has to audition, right? I grew up being told I was too fat, too short, not blonde enough, not ethnic enough, not this, not that. And we all have the ability right now to go live at any moment on our phone, on our computers. And yet, according to Inc., only 25% of entrepreneurs are using video effectively. 25%. And yet, consumers are write this down, 79% more likely to buy a product or service after watching a video. So Bill and everyone, I feel like everything that I did in my earlier part of my life, I'm turning 45, have a 3-month-old, had that little guy 3 months ago, have almost 5 years old. It's just amazing what you can create when you are true to yourself. When you get over this fear of being perfect, which is what I see hold most people back, this fear of not saying things right, what will people think about me? And we have to let go of that. We have to let go of this need and our ego to be perfect so we can serve. And that's really what I teach and what I love doing is seeing that shift. seeing you move from this talking head and kind of Cindy said, right? You're like, you're up 3 notches, you're all big and people don't know how to connect with you, and really getting into that heart center and understanding that the more you serve people, the more income you make. That's it. It's reciprocity. It's the more you give, the more you get. And yet most people are not using video. And so that really is the long and short of it. I've been on camera for over 30 years and I've been an entrepreneur for over 20. I've had some huge wins and some big fallouts. And I have to say, I'm so grateful for all of them because it allows me to do what I do right now, which is so important.
So tell me this, Keri, during these tough times, challenging times, I believe that, tough times don't last, tough people last.
Amen. I am so with you.
And what would you tell entrepreneurs, say, that are listening, that are all over the country, around the world, that what are you doing on a day-to-day basis to say focus on your big goals and dreams? And how do you not allow all the negative, what I would call noise in the air to infect your head? What is the secret that you're doing to stay on path and purpose and still probably become even more successful working from home?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Bill, we've never had such success as we're having right now. And probably because I am fired up. Like I am, and I've always been fired up about my business. But if you're in this place right now where you're inundated with negative news, first of all, turn it off. I think we need to turn it off, Bill. I think we need to turn off the negative social media, right? Turn off the news and focus on how you can help people right now. I think that is the key, is to move. Write this down. This is so important. Move from generalist to specialist. What do I mean by that? If you are a business coach, a life coach, a doctor, an attorney, like there's a gazillion people out there who do what you do. Now, I do not believe in competition. With over 7 billion people on the planet, there's enough for everyone. But I want to say, if I don't know within 3 to 8 seconds how you can help me, I'm going to go find someone else. A great example of this is a client of mine who's a criminal defense attorney. Most criminal defense attorneys will take any case that comes their way. My client, Lisa Houlet, who's on KTLA, she's always the go-to expert for the news here in Los Angeles. She specializes in sex crimes, and she built a platform around teaching adolescents and young people how to text safely, right? Not to sext, for lack of a better word. That's her campaign, and that's what she specializes in. And she's on the news, and she's speaking, and she's getting on podcast interviews. So moving yourself from this place of trying to catch the ocean. Your message is so broad. You're trying to be so many things, which I have to say is one of the biggest mistakes I see entrepreneurs make. You are multi-passionate, multi-talented, and you try to offer too many things, and your consumer, your ideal client, has no idea how you can help them. Right? So we teach you how to focus. We teach you how to shift. Don't be just a doctor. Be a doctor that specializes in, brain tumors or, breast health or whatever it is. Get known for one thing. Bill, when I did that, because I started out as a life coach, because I was doing NLP around the world, and then I became a business coach, and then I landed on this aha moment when I saw someone very well known in our industry on camera, and I was like, that is not authentic, right? It was big smiles, big face, join me now, and in 3 minutes, I'm going to save your life, right? No one connects with that. So I had this epiphany. I can teach entrepreneurs how to be on camera. And it's when I got that focused, that niched, that I started getting asked to speak on your stage, to speak on Lisa Nichols' stage, to speak on David Nagel's stage, because I wasn't competing with people. I was collaborating and supporting people. Does that make sense? So I hope this is really like a big aha for you, because the more I know how you can help me, the more I'm going to follow you, the more I'm going to say, oh my gosh, she or he is talking to me, which is the best compliment you can ever get on video. When someone watches you and says, stop talking to me, Keri, like you're talking right to me. And something Cindy said that was so great is you have to see your person. Okay, we get nervous, especially when, we haven't been on camera before. All of our nerves flare up. People ask me about being confident on camera, and I say confidence doesn't come from ability. Confidence comes from doing something over and over again. It's the Malcolm Gladwell 10,000 hours. I probably 100,000 hours on camera. So yes, I have a sense of ease about it, and I can teach that to you too, but it's all about consistency. You cannot build a brand and make a difference and create multiple 6 figures if you do something once, right? It's like my little girl learning how to ride her bike right now. She started riding it and she was terrified. Get me off this damn bike, Mom. Get me off. I don't want to go back on it. And then she went a little further the next day and a little further the next day. And now this girl is like running around the neighborhood, right? And the same thing goes for you learning video. Confidence comes from doing. It doesn't come from thinking. It doesn't come from reading about it. It comes from doing it and experiencing it. So Bill, I have to say one of the biggest things right now when it comes to video and staying focused and really getting clear on your vision is understanding who you're serving, why you're serving them, their pain point they're experiencing right now, not 3 months from now. What are they experiencing right now? And why are you the person to help them get on the other side? You focus on those things, and I can almost guarantee your business will grow during these times. But if you continue to throw video spaghetti on the wall, you will continue to struggle because I don't know you're talking to me. And if I don't know you're talking to me, I'm going to go find someone else. I can keep going, Bill. Just tell me.
Oh, you're doing great. You're doing great. I was going to put up a little chat thing that if somebody wanted to get a coaching session with you or your team, it's pretty easy. They just text Keri right now and do this while she's live. Everybody just text Keri to 26786. May not be her, maybe a member of her team, but
my whole team is amazing.
Yeah,
and
I know you got
help you.
One of them was posting on there, Debbie, how much your team is awesome. We love that.
Oh, thank you. We love
one of the things I wanted to ask you, and this is something that people ask all the time because, do you get nervous? And, I've been on stages with 5 and I've been on stages with 25,000. And do you get nervous? And I said, well, you can only see about 400. And if you really know your content, it's not about being nervous. It's about owning the space that you're in while you are there. And that's a big difference. But what are some tips you would give to someone that's brand new? They've never been on stage, been on camera. What are some tips you would give them to become even more effective at it?
Yeah, it's such a
question. I mean, don't forget, everybody, if you'd like to get a chance to work with Keri or her team, just text right now. Pull out your phones. Text Keri to 26786. Only takes a minute of your time. Get it done right away and get plugged in. So let me just do this. You can go on those questions and I'll come back.
Yeah, the transformation we see in people is remarkable because once you get it, it's so much easier to build out your copy, your website, your systems, your programs, your pricing, because you know who you are and who you serve. A confused mind will never buy. And yes, I still get nervous. I'm on camera all the time. I interview celebrities. I interview thought leaders. Bill, you and we've got to get together because I really want to interview you too. And when I get on a big stage or even when I'm doing a masterclass online, I feel the jitters, right? But I use that as excitement. And I also have bullet points. I know what I'm going to share. I believe, this is just my thought, and I've been a trained actress as well. I've done film, I've done commercials, I've done spokesperson work. I do not believe that you can be authentic and scripted at the same time unless you are a trained talent, actor, okay? I believe that, none of us want to hear, oh my God, you were so amazing. Like Cindy said, we have lines out the door, but no one buys anything. That was me for a long time. Yes, we want to convert. That is important. But when it comes to video, a couple things I want you to do first is I really want you to take some big belly breaths. I want you to get from your head space to your heart space. I want you to get really clear on who you're talking to. The $1 million point I give over and over again for free is that when you know who you're talking to, I know that you're talking to me. Talk to that one person. Know them, see them. Not just their demographic, not just, their pain points, but I want you to understand where they are psychographic. What's going on in their life? How are they feeling? Meet them there. And for you to meet them there are 3 C's that I teach. Video is all about emotional connection. You don't have, and you don't need a big stage. Video is intimate. It is lens to lens. Get that? It is eye to eye. You don't need a big stage. You're not taking up a lot of room. There's not thousands of people. There could be thousands of people online, but you need to remember that at any moment, there's only one set of eyeballs watching you. And when you know that set of eyeballs, your fear, the nervousness, the what to say that goes away. It becomes so much easier. So talk to one person. Know that person, know why they're there, what's their pain point, what's the challenge, things we hear all the time as entrepreneurs. But here's a great example for you, okay? Instead of starting my video with, hi, I'm Keri Murphy, CEO of Inspired Living and media expert. For the last 30 years, I've been on camera and da-da-da-da-da-da. You're like, who cares, right? You've already been like, that's 3 seconds, I'm over, right? But if I started my video with, I know that you want to make a big difference in the world. I know that deep down you feel this need to really impact lives, to make great income so you can give it back into the world, and yet you're scared. You don't know what to say. You don't know how to say it. The thought of being on camera keeps you from sharing your genius with the world. And now I'm going to teach you how to move through that. Do you understand? I met you where you're at. I didn't talk about me. I started with you. That, my friend, is the secret. It's not about you. Video's not about you. It's not about what you look like. It's not about who you try to be like. It's about how you make me feel. So number 1C, video is about connection. Connection, emotional connection. You cannot get me to press buy if you do not connect with me emotionally. So if you're faking it, if you're in a bad mood, if you are not connected, I know it in a millisecond. All right. This is where most people fail. They press record and think they're talking to millions when in fact they're speaking to one. Are you with me? Can I get some notes here, some comments? Yes. Does this make sense? All right. Second C is credibility. You want to be seen as an expert in your industry? Don't wait for me to find you. Show up as if. That means you need to be consistent. Putting out videos on a regular basis, uploading to your YouTube channel, to your Instagram, to your Facebook. Look, I know it's a lot. I was repped by one of the top agents in Los Angeles. And you know what she said to me? She said, Keri, you're really great, but you need to build a brand. Like there's too many people out there who are good on camera. And it was so true. And that kick in the butt got me to build Inspired Living. I didn't wait for someone to validate my gift and validate this vision I had. I stepped into it. And if you're waiting for someone to give you the microphone, if you're waiting for someone to tell you you're good enough, you're going to wait a very long time. It is time to claim it. And the way you do that is by being consistent. Consistency leads to credibility. Why is Bill well known? Because Bill shows up. Bill's everywhere. Bill's on stages. Bill does summits. Bill collaborates with amazing people. Okay? Don't wait to be found. You are not the best kept secret unless you choose to be. And then the third C with video, so you've connected, you've created credibility, and now you're going to convert. See, my friends, the problem is people think they get on camera and they just start selling, and no one wants to be sold to, right? We want to be served to. So if you serve me on a regular basis, if you're dishing up great content, if you're sharing your expertise from that place of specialist and authority, then of course I'm going to choose you when I need what you offer next. It's a no-brainer to me. I have people who sign up with us that have been watching me for years, right? It's not because I did one thing and asked for this sale, although I can teach you how to do that, that you build a 6- and 7-figure brand. All right. If you go back 10 years on my YouTube channel, there's some scary stuff on there, but I did it anyway. All right. You have to be willing to show up imperfect in order for you to make the impact, because people don't connect with perfection. And the more you try to put out this image you think everyone wants to see, the more you keep people at bay from working with you, right? People love Bill. They love, Cindy. They love Michael. Like, you are attracted to the right people because there's something in them you see in you, right? Like attracts like. And if you don't allow yourself to be seen, to be vulnerable, to be authentic, then I can't choose to see myself in you because it's a facade. It's not real. Right? So all of this, those 3 C's one more time: connection, credibility, and conversion. It is those 3 things that make video so impactful for your business. And the more people you serve, the more people you impact, the more money you make. It is that simple, right? But if we lead with needing to make money, which I know a lot of us are right now, right? You will find yourself you will find yourself in scarcity. I want you to get on camera, get on those lives, and be clear with who you're talking to. And also, don't overteach. I see a lot of people trying to teach way too much content. And unless you've asked permission, people are only going to give you 3 to 5 minutes at max. Now, right, you've given us permission to go longer because you opted in. you know this is going for 3 hours, 4 hours, and you're like, this is awesome. I'm in. I am giving you my time, and in return, we're gifting you amazing content. Make sense? But please don't do a 30-minute Facebook Live and expect me to watch it when you haven't gotten my approval to show up. Does that make sense? Are you with me? Now, I'm not saying doing a 30-minute Facebook Live isn't valuable. I'm just saying that the more people you can train to show up when you are live and when you are on camera, the better, because then they're prepared to gift you their time in return for your gift of service.
Well, I hope you guys are taking notes because this is great stuff. You know, don't forget, we refeature all of this in our Success Club. You can all get access to our free Success Club. Just go to successclub2020.com. We put these keynotes in there for about a month, and you can get access to some of these individuals, because I do believe what you're talking about is so on. You're right on point. You know, if you're not going to get yourself out there, don't be waiting for ABC to come over to your house.
And they do.
Don't be waiting for all the top leaders to come to your house, right? You've got to show up. Champions always show up.
Yes.
And this is always a fun question each week, is that now you're a mom, you're a cool coach, you got all the business going on. So what are you doing for fun after COVID's over?
Vacationing.
Nice.
Going out, traveling. My fiance is a musician, and we're so used to traveling, and I get to.
What kind of music does he play?
He's a saxophonist.
So he's like, what's the guy's name that's really good? Of course, Kenny G's not bad, right?
Yeah, one of his best friends is Dave Koz.
Oh yeah, I like Dave Koz. He used to
Dave's amazing.
in Chicago.
Yep. Yes. So Michael's released 10 albums. He was on Koz's cruises.
Cool.
He's really amazing. Yeah. So
well, what's the link to his albums? Let's get the goods out here. What's your
Let's do it.
fiance's name so we can promote him too?
Michael Lington. Lington.
Lington?
Yep.
It's like that, huh? Is that his website too?
Yeah, michaellington.com. He's actually doing a concert on Sunday online. Again, here's what I love, Bill, is that Michael is a touring artist. That's how he makes his income. And because of COVID, he went virtual, and he went on a platform that not everyone was using. He's using Stage It, which is a way to monetize.
What's it called?
It's called Stage It. StageIt.com. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And
have you seen Patreon yet?
No. No.
So Patreon and also Twitch. You can monetize Twitch too. Did you know that?
I've heard of
Twitch.
Twitch.
You can have subscribers. Twitch owned by a little company called Amazon.
Yes,
mainly for the gamers, but you're streaming live right now on Twitch.
I am.
We have Twitch subscribers that can actually log in and ask questions, and they can actually pay to be on our subscription, $3 to $25. My friend Robbie LeBlanc plays a mean guitar out of Vegas, and every time he goes on, I pay him $10 because it's worth it. His music is so good, and you just leave him on in the background, and away he goes, and he does it all for tips. Yeah, it's a really cool way too to get more exposure now than ever. So yeah, that's pretty cool. How about some favorite books? What are some books you like?
I kind of have my go-tos. I wish, Bill, you could see my office, because between my Fast Company and Ink magazines and the thousands of books I have that I wish to read soon, right? So, but there are a couple books I always go back to that are kind of just my no-brainers. That's the E-Myth Revisited.
Yes.
So great. Moving from
we just had him on here about a month ago. You can go watch he did a whole 1-hour presentation on one of our different broadcasts. He was amazing. We had Michael on for almost an hour talking about the whole E-Myth and E-Myth Revisited. So yeah, powerful.
Yeah, the Revisited one I really love too, because so many people come to us and they've been a technician. They don't know how to run a business, right? And I didn't either. Like, it's taken me many years to get where I am. So I love that book. I also love The Big Leap by Gay Hendricks. I'll put it down, I'll pick it back up again, and I always get something else out of it. Really understanding zone of excellence versus zone of genius and what keeps us there. And it's something I'm always teetering with, like, where am I right now, right? Where am I? What am I tolerating?
And share with me this: what programs are you working on now that might have a great interest for our listeners?
Well, I would say right now our flagship program is called Broadcast Your Brilliance. It's a 6-month group with one-on-one. And it's small, it's intimate, no more than 20 people. And we teach you how to build out all your platforms, get amazing on camera. We teach you how to clarify your message, how to shift from generalist to specialist, how to get on podcast. We get you those as seen on logos to add to your website. It's incredible the results our clients are getting, because most people have no idea not only just how to use video, but where to put it, when to put it, how to put it, what platforms to put it on. So we really help people do just that. Broadcast your brilliance.
That's cool. I just put a quick text up there, everybody. They can do it right now. Just text in, everybody. We made this
I'd
simple.
love to connect with you. And again, I have an incredible team. I have a network producer
Good.
who works on HGTV and Stars, and we just have an incredible group of people here at Inspire.
Well, I'd love to be on your program, whatever it's convenient. We'll make that work. I'm so
Yes.
excited to see you doing so great.
Thank
I think, how many years ago did you go through Rainmaker? How long was that? 10 years ago, probably, or
10 years
more?
ago. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that
And I
crazy?
watched your group online just blow up. I mean, I watched you had like, I don't know where you have some of your bigger groups, but I know maybe your podcast, I think, got really, really big, and some of your social media just crazy. It's funny. I was just talking to Gal Kingsbury not too long ago, and
Yes.
your name came up, and
Feels great.
she's doing so great. And I think this is the thing. There's nothing wrong, everybody, with celebrating somebody else's greatness. It's a mistake that we don't do enough of. Celebrate someone else's greatness. You know, we've got a special guest coming on today that's done more than $100 million in real estate, probably $1 billion in real estate, Robert Allen, talking about writing your book, and, he'll do the forward for your book. I mean, here's a guy that sold millions of books, that to be able to work with someone like that, it's a game changer for all entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
But I just want to say thanks so much for being on.
You're welcome.
You're an absolute rock star. My son's up next. You're going to hear from Austin about internet funnels and some of the latest, greatest, coolest tools. But I will
be listening to that. And Bill, thank you so much.
Yeah, no, this has really been awesome. You did great. You gave out so much content, so many priceless nuggets, and I just appreciate all the work that you're doing. Keep up the great work. Let me bring Michael Silvers back into the stream here for a second. Michael, how are you, brother?
I'm doing great. Little wind kicked up, but
hello to Keri, obviously, and
Keri, that was amazing.
Thanks, Michael.
No, that was amazing content. I took notes. You saw me texting along the way too, just because it just brings it into focus of, again, you have to invite, you have to enroll. You cannot assume, and that was awesome. Thank you.
Yes.
I thought you did great. Keri, we'll let you go.
All right.
Michael, I'll let you take over too. Okay.
Thanks
Talk
so
to you
much.
soon.
Thank you, Keri.
Everybody.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
All right, fantastic, everyone. So you want to work with Keri, and you want to do that now. iPowerteam.com/freedom would get you the other speakers. And for Keri, the link is text. Here we go. I'm going to put it right up. There we go. Text Keri, Keri, to 26786. Do it now. Not later, not tomorrow, not another day. When you get brilliance on stage in front of you, when you get somebody who's saying, I've done this a long time and I want to mentor, I want to coach and train now, you do it now. You get it done. You get into their presence. And the thing is that Keri's about giving. She's about giving it back and making sure that your brilliance shows up and shine. So right now, text the word Keri, Keri, to 26786. That's Keri to 26786. All right, fantastic. So take a little stretch. We've been going, it's an hour. It's like it flies. Maybe it's the age. I don't know. But anyway, take a stretch, get your arms in the air, go left, I'll go right. It's a reverse camera anyway, so it confuses you, and I love it. Put your arms down, get something to drink, get something to get ready. We are about to enter the world of, all of a sudden I see cameras going up and down, but we're about to enter the world. I thought this was a whole different seminar we're about to go into. We're about to enter the world of funnels and internet marketing and social media, which is the place you want to be. So this is the time to start your watch parties, start hosting, start making sure that you've got more people listening to this than you do yourself. Because what you want is you want to bring that information to those around you. You want to open up their eyes, their hearts, and get that part of their business moving. Maybe it's something that they needed. And it's really exciting to have all of you on. Just for those of you who just got on, I am Michael Silvers. I'm head of global training for Powerteam. Bill Walsh is our CEO and the brilliance behind everything that we do. But I know what he's thinking. We're a team. We move together as a team. It's an amazing team with over 300 events a year. That's live events and a virtual suite. So if you want to see our virtual suite and really be part of that education and training, just go to successclub2020.com. We've got a spot for you right now. So go to successclub2020.com. Fantastic. All right, here we go. The next gentleman I'm about to bring up is somebody that is, I won't say close to my heart, but he is, right? I feel part of the family. So has cooked me one of the best meals I've ever had. I'll tell you right now, it was tomahawk. That's all I'm going to say. And he brings brilliance to the table. At a young age, he realized that he was doing what all the internet marketers and those social media people were already doing. So he brought his brilliance at a very young age, still being a teenager, went on to stages around the world, many of the stages that I know and had been part of, taught people how to move their businesses forward and to take it all virtually online. Now he's a little bit older, still doing the same thing, and in a marketplace that really needs it. It's time to drive your business to the internet. It's time to really listen and learn. This gentleman has spoken all over the world. He's going to bring the brilliance of internet marketing, social media, and funnels to your table. Let's give a big round of applause for co-founder of Powerteam, Mr. Ashton Walsh.
Hey, brother, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, man. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect.
Cool. How you guys? How's everybody doing today on the stream? Hopefully everyone's doing really well. Welcome to another week of our Thursday night call. I got my Chicago hat on because we're finally, I guess, slowly being put into phase 3 of the Chicago plan for COVID-19, meaning that we can finally get a haircut next week. Can't go to restaurants or anything of that nature, but we can get a haircut. And I think I'm looking more forward to that than probably anything else at this point. Anyways, getting right into it, I think we've gone over tons and tons of different topics over the last 2-ish months, 2.5 months, however long it's been. And my biggest point to you guys every single Thursday, obviously, has been that, look, it's great to learn all this stuff. It's great to talk about all this stuff. It's great to become more educated. But at the end of the day, you have to actually do this stuff, right? Like if you're not doing this stuff, then what's the point? Like you have to have systems built out. You have to actually. I had a call yesterday with someone, and I won't say the names. It was a consultation call, and one of the questions she asked me is, Austin, how do you? That's your question. She asked me, how can you make money online without having like anything built for you, or without having anything done for you, or without having any systems? I'm like, well, it's really simple. You can't. Like it's pretty much impossible. And then she goes, well, what about the YouTuber people that are getting all these views on YouTube? I'm like, you see these people that have millions and millions of views. I'm like, well, yeah, but you have to understand they spend hundreds of thousands of dollars over years marketing these videos to build up those communities and then obviously make that money back. And so I really need you to understand that you have to have systems built and you have to have what's called automation built into your business, right? Like you especially now that we've been going through this and are still going to keep going through this, and yes, maybe it could be ending soon or whatever, but the world has changed and we have to admit that. And so it's like now it's like you have to become much better at automating and putting in place systems into your business, right? Like, and I'll just list a few, right? But like when I think about things that have to be partially or almost all the way automated, the first is obviously follow-up. Okay, like how you follow up with customers has to become some way of an automated follow-up, either an email sequence, a text message sequence, even phone sequences that's automated, some kind of automated follow-up system, right? Like if you don't have that, forget about it. Then you have to have automated funnels. Okay, and the funnels goals obviously are to bring in leads. Okay, so you have follow-up via emails and text, and you have to have automated funnels, and then you have to think about, well, what else do I need to automate? What are the other places of my business that need to be automated? And then I think customer support. If you're a one-stop shop business that, and when I mean one-stop shop, I mean you're a one-person business or a 2-person or 3-person business. You can't be spending hours and hours on time on customer support. You have to be spending hours and hours on time being productive, aka bringing in income in some way, shape, or form. So you want to make sure you have some kind of a hub for customer support. And then lastly, or one of the last really important things, and there's tons, is obviously social media. You have to have some form of social media presence that's automated, so that you're not spending tons and tons of time working on this stuff every single day, right? And I think the challenge is that for so long, it's like you have to hire people to do this stuff, or you have to, do it yourself, and it's confusing, or whatever the issue is, whatever the challenge is like at the end of the day, it's a shitload of work, and it's been very complicated for many years. And there's only a few different ways out there, or platforms, or things of that nature, or people that you could trust, or anything of that nature, to do all these things for you. And it's like, that's kind of like a crappy part about it. But at the end, the important part of this process is that it has to get done. And like, if it's not done, then you're totally gimping out your customers and gimping out the production and quality of the revenue that you could have coming in if these processes were automated. And we've been talking about this, like, so obviously, like, we as a company have been in this position for probably just as long as most of you guys. Chicago was Illinois was one of the first states they shut down, so quite a while now. And we're always trying to innovate, just like how you guys are trying to innovate, figure out ways that we can make things cooler, make things better, and make everyone's life a lot easier. And so obviously we just put together an amazing program, a Success Club, that allows you all. So, and Success Club really is all the training, all the materials and content that you need to really grow the business, the how-to aspect of it. So let's just say, like, when you think of, sorry, I got a new notebook, I'm still getting used to it. When you think of Success Club, you think the how. Okay, so how do I? Well, Success Club is definitely the how, and I'm sure this might have been talked about, once or twice on stream yet, or maybe it hasn't. And I know we've been kind of mentioning it over the last week. But we wanted to create something for you guys that literally allowed you to get access to all of the automation processes that you would ever need to really scale during this quarantine period, and of course much further afterwards. So we wanted to create something that allowed you to do, like, all your text messaging marketing campaigns, all your automated webinar systems, all your lead capture integration pages, your mobile website stuff, your group messaging, your social media marketing, your email marketing, all of these things in one place, so you didn't have to worry about doing it, and get it from a place that you can trust, and then make it so that it was insanely affordable so that all of you can have it. So we created a thing called Mobex Pro. And what I want you to think of with Mobex Pro is the Success Club is the how, like, how do I do all this stuff? And the Mobex Pro is the do it stuff. Meaning, like, this is when you actually get to start doing these things. Success Club's all the learning. Mobex Pro is all the, let's get all the stuff done for me. And I think one of the big challenges that people have, obviously, during quarantine is really simple. Like, finances are a huge issue, and we understand that, and we totally get that. And it's like, I only have X amount of money to invest in my business. And if you're in that situation, it's like, I can't go get this stuff done. Like, I can't tell you guys how many calls that I've had, people that I've talked to that are great business owners that have had successful companies but are going through financial challenges. And when I've talked to them about building out funnels and doing all this stuff myself for them, they're like, it sounds awesome. Let's talk about this afterwards. And I'm like, I understand. Let's talk about this afterwards. I understand you want to get this stuff done, but every single week that you're waiting is slowing down the potential growth of the business or any revenue coming into the business. And so we created something called Mobex Pro that we priced it at so that almost everyone could afford it, and that there wasn't a huge monthly cost going afterwards forward. And so Mobex Pro, and I'm just going to run you down. There's so much stuff in here, so I'm just kind of going to list it here. But it does your text messaging campaigns, your mobile landing pages, your mobile website builder, your lead capture system, your emergency alerts, your customer auto responders, your media integrations, your email integrations. It tracks the open rates, the instant QR code creators, mobile digital business card. It's got group messaging systems, social media marketing systems, news feeds, webinar platforms with breakout rooms. You can put 500 people onto like an audio or webinar, your CRM business management system, your task management system, your email broadcasting system, and then the feeds of your social media. So, and that's just what we've included so far. And obviously we're going to grow this into more, right? But we've bundled all of this into one awesome, amazing system for you guys for like $1,500, and then like I think it's like 50 or maybe it's $60 a month. But we wanted it so that every single person can afford it now. And I look, I get where you guys are coming from, and I get where if financing is still an issue at that price point, like all you have to do is reach out to us, shoot us a text message, shoot us a call, you message us on Facebook, and we'll work with you no matter what your situation is. Like, we're all going through this together as humans, right? And so we want to make sure that everyone has access to the tools and systems that they need to ultimately grow their business. And you can text 26786, or sorry, Mobex Pro to 26786, and it's MOBEXPRO.com. Don't go to, there's like a Russian version or something of that. Like there's a company in Russia called Mobex Pro. I hope they're doing really well. That's not us. We are MOBEXPRO.com. It's all powered by Powerteam. You'll see it all on the website. So it's MOBEXPRO.com, just like that. Yeah, and it's in the feed too. But you have to understand like the important parts, like these things that we're creating for you during this period are tools that you can use to scale the business, to grow the business, and things that would typically cost you thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. Like if you wanted to go host your own webinar or do your own CRM management system or run text message marketing campaigns, all this stuff is going to cost you a ton of money, right? We've gathered it all in one place so that it's a really like I said, it's not done for you, but it's all included so that you can do it, and it's very simple to follow along. I think I really just want to stress that as we continue to go through these changes, automation is going to be king. Like, there are going to be less people going to offices. There are going to be less people even working per se. Like the world has changed. You have to adapt with it. And if you're someone that hasn't adapted to automation yet, like, gosh, it's so time to make that change. Like if you're still working on, getting together your funnels and stuff like that, I mean, you're, and I just being bluntly honest with you, you're so far behind on where you have to be. And I can promise you, like, as things get more challenging, like entrepreneurs that have been successful for the last 10 years are only going to step their game up so much more. And so it's made it more interesting, I guess, for those of us, for those of you that are newer in the game, to heed that understanding that it's going to be a challenge, and you have to adapt to things that are going to change. If you wanted to launch a business by the end of the year per se, or you wanted to really grow your business by the end of the year, you're not going to be able to do that by networking face to face. It's not going to, a lot of people aren't going to want to do that for a long time. You're not going to be able to do it the traditional way. People aren't driving in their, like after this is done, if you think about like no one's even thought about like the advertising, maybe you have, but like the advertising when it comes to radio, the advertising when it comes to billboards, like traditional media, man, they have to be getting crushed because like people aren't in their cars as much anymore. So they're not listening to the radio. They're not seeing the billboards. They're not, the newspapers and stuff like that. It's not going to be how it, I mean, obviously it was going down before, but this is definitely like a huge change, and you just have to adapt and shift, with this stuff as you kind of continue to grow in your entrepreneurial journey. But it's super, super important you have automation processes completed and done, and make it so that your customer goes through a flow and not just, thanks for joining. You know what I mean? It's so, so important to kind of walk them down a path. And I've shown you all, and if you haven't seen, you can obviously go back and watch the calls. I've shown you all like different ways of processes, things that work or don't work, and showing you different methods to scale this stuff and how to get the ads and all that stuff. But if you don't have the systems in place, you're you're crushing yourself and you're slowing yourself down so much compared to what really could be a super successful growing business. I know there are tons of businesses out there that are growing. For example, I even look at like Powerteam, for example. Like this has definitely forced us to grow different sections of our business. Like our other sections of the business hurting for sure, but there's new sections of the business that are growing at expanding rates that will keep doing even after things are go back to, whatever it is normal per se. So it's important to understand like adjustments are really key when it comes to your growth, and systems are a huge part of that. And if you look at like any super successful business in the last, 50 to 100 years, they all followed systems, right? Probably longer than that. I'm not too old. But yeah, I really just wanted to talk to you guys today about automation and really the understanding of that we've created. We're constantly, we hear you guys, we hear what you need. We're listening to what you are telling us, and we hear the challenges that you're going through, and we're trying to create things for you to make it this process a hell of a lot easier for you, and I promise if we were to do this, normally, I'm sure the price of if this was 6 months ago we did this, the price of this would probably be 2 times to 3x more, because it's worth it. Like to get this amount of software and automation and have it, really on a turnkey basis this quick. Yeah, it's rare. And of course you have our backing. So if you're having challenges, I know those people have already signed up for Mobex Pro, but if you're having challenges with this, if you're stuck on a part, if you need help with it, we are so available. I will make myself personally available to, help you. It's not like I do a lot of consulting or coaching, but for those of you that get Mobex Pro and you're like, hey, I really would, can you review my Facebook? I'd love to review your Facebook ads. I'd love to review whatever it is that you're working on and help you with our software systems and whatever it is that you need to ultimately scale and grow. So cool. I think I'm right at my 17-minute timeout. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to go longer. I can talk all day.
We could listen to you all day long. You know what I'm saying?
I can rant for hours on end. I have no issue talking about.
You're just so excited to be leaving your house again. You're so excited. I mean, you're rocking that hat though.
Yeah, like I'm just so like used to it now. Like we haven't even gone to the grocery store because the grocery store near us is so packed. We've just been doing delivery. Like it's just not worth it.
Hey, yeah. Just one quick question.
Yes.
It came up from somebody that somebody who owns a brick and mortar, like sort of a Hallmark store. Mm-hmm. Tell them a little, just Mobex Pro, a little bit about how they're just not seeing it because they're so stuck in I'm a brick and mortar.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're a brick and mortar. You can still sell on the internet. We have to get away from this concept of brick and mortar versus the internet. And I'm a brick and mortar store, so it doesn't matter. If you have a product that sells and someone walks in and buys it, it doesn't matter what it is that you're selling. They will still buy it online, and they'll buy it online more now than ever. Like I promise you, for the last entire adult period of my life, the only place that I would buy something like paper towels, for example, is the grocery store. Nowadays you don't do that. You go to Amazon. Like even we I typically, if I'm going to get I got some birthday gifts. If I'm going to get a birthday gift, I'm going to go to the store and look for it. No, I'm good now because all these stores have been closed, and I've now adjusted to only ordering other go to online and look for stuff. My fiance is definitely a very good shopper, and she's gotten so much better at shopping online in the last 2 months. It's nuts. She was in the office yesterday, and she's just trying. I'm like, where did you get all these shoes from? Like, 4 new pairs of Vans, really? I'm like, cool. Like, but that wouldn't have happened before. We would have been at DSW, but now that I don't know if as a consumer, I'm coming from the consumer standpoint, not the marketing standpoint. I don't know if that'll change. Like, why would it? It's easier. Why leave? Like, why? We live in the world of immediate gratification, in a world where we don't really want to do a ton of stuff, and meaning like people are fundamentally extremely lazy, right? And it's important to understand that. And so if that's the case, make it easy for them to accept that. So it doesn't matter if you're brick and mortar. It doesn't matter. I promise you, all these all these restaurants that have shut down, the ones that have that will stay open and will succeed after this, their delivery business will continue to grow. You know, their in-person business might slow down for a while, but I promise there are definitely restaurants that are crushing it right now just in the delivery business. And
Right.
And they're not going away. And how are they doing that delivery? If you tell 10 people, hey, deliver from this restaurant, and there's an online option versus a phone call option, people don't want to talk on the phone. They want to press a button, you know, and it's something that, and I'm not saying it's a good or bad thing, but it is reality. Right. And so we have to understand how people think and how people act. And it doesn't matter if it's brick and mortar. It doesn't matter if it's you know, in-person sales. You have to shift. Like, you have to make a big shift. You know, we don't know what's going to happen. None of us are scientists, for all we know. Like, and they've talked about all these different things of second waves and all this. You know, who knows? I'm not in the position of making government decisions, but I'd like to be prepared for every situation, not just like one situation. Like, it's not optimistic thinking to think that everything will be back to normal in 3 weeks or 6 months or 4 months. Like, it could be 6 months, it could be a year. We don't know that, but you should be prepared for all alternatives. And now,
That's right.
And now B-Dub's coming on because he's like, shit.
Yeah, no, hey, I wanted to show Bill. I wanted to show you something. Watch this. Watch what I've done now. Here we go. Ready? Yeah. Oh, now it's not loading. Isn't that just typical?
New technology.
There we go. Give Austin a round of applause.
Well, what happened?
All right, I'm done.
What
We
happened?
didn't hear anything.
Oh man. Okay, I'll have to do it next time. I
go
got a
ahead,
round of
Michael.
applause.
Check this out. Give him a big round of applause.
All right, here we go.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah,
All right, you guys are awesome.
Love you, buddy. Thanks for jumping on. Great
you.
content.
Bye, everybody.
Once again, text Mobex Pro to 26786. Get the free demo. We'll let you run.
I'm showing you guys my hair. It's crazy.
Nice hairdo. Ooh, that's pretty thick. So, you know what? Once again, thanks for plugging in, everybody. Do me a favor. Go do a watch party right now. We've got a very special guest family coming on, a family of entrepreneurs. This family is really committed to helping other people live better lives. They're consummate entrepreneurs that are in the creation mode all the time. And this is definitely a family of creators that took an idea, a concept that they put together through their life experience, launched it around a board game, and brought this board game out to the world to help people become better communicators, have more fun, learn sales, and laugh like you've never laughed before. There's one thing I do know, that laughter is still the world's greatest medicine, and we need more of it. So I'd like to actually welcome the Pritchett family onto the stream real quick. Let's see if we can bring them on here. Hey, what's going on, team? How you guys doing?
We're doing good.
So, Catherine, you just got to move in just a little bit. There you go. Now we can see you. Perfect. Right there's perfect. Now we can see all four of you guys. So I thought it'd be kind of fun that, you know, this is really about new entrepreneurs creating businesses, starting stuff. And I think it'd be great if you guys would just, you know, one at a time, take about 2 minutes each. And I'd love for you to share, why did you create the game House Guests from Hell? And why is it so important that every family in America play this game? So, simple question. Why did you create it? Why is it so important that every family in America order one of these today? And don't forget, this is only the last couple weeks. You can get this at 50% off. We've now sent the game out to some major distributors to put it in some big stores. So if you like the idea of saving 50%, if you like the idea of laughing like crazy, having lots of fun at home, there's the game right there, House Guests from Hell. And I will tell you this, that we've had it at a number of our events. You will see people laugh and laugh and laugh, but at the same time, it's very competitive. So it's fun to watch this dynamic go through. But I thought it'd be kind of fun to bring the whole family on today and let each of you guys just take a couple minutes and talk about why you created the game and why everybody should have a copy of the game at their house. So I'll let you guys go on the big screen, and now you have a little more room. Go ahead.
Well, we have such a, kind of a interesting life. And so with lots of hurdles to overcome. And we just, in the midst of all the trials and struggles, we just started to laugh. And you just have to laugh at yourself when you've got all this adversity and all these troubles. And pretty soon it kind of gets funny, even though it can be kind of boring and monotonous. But we made it because it's, what else could we do? If you're in all kinds of drama and tragedies and you know, we had people dying and we were taking care of them, and you know, we were crying, but it was just, we just started thinking about all the funny things along the way and capitalized on the funny things, on the humorous things. And it's not vicious and vindictive. It's rather, you know, everybody has had experience with, oh, you're going to fart and whoa, there was something else happened. So, you know, we just have seen this happen. Somebody I worked for, actually, he was an elderly gentleman, and he went into a mall. I haven't told this story. He went into a mall. It was in Ann Arbor, and he'd been on a trip, and he was taking laxatives, and nothing had happened. He gets in the mall. He's waiting for his takeout, and all of us, and it was in the summer, and he had shorts on, and all of a sudden he started going in the mall.
It's terrible.
That's not in the game.
No.
Anyway, it's that kind of stuff. Crazy stuff. And so we just made this game because we think everybody should laugh and have, you know, try to make light of some of the tragedies.
All right, Peter, go ahead. You're next, buddy. So why did you create the game, and why does every home in America need a copy of the game?
Because people need to laugh, people need to interact and be competitive without being combative. People need to grow closer together as families and friends. And this game is a perfect combination of humor, interaction, individuality. It helps you be creative and think outside the box, and it has high replayability. And so we all contributed kind of aspects that we wanted to get out of playing together and spending time as a family. And so I think all families and friendships, you know, should be closer, and where you work as a team, but yet it's individually empowering. So that's a great thing.
Catherine, what do you got?
This game's addictive, and it has very lovely artwork on it. So, and the gameplay changes based on if you're playing with your family, with your grandparents, or if you're playing with your best friends, and the way the game plays is a little different. So there is a lot of replayability aspects to it.
Why should everyone have it?
It's a great game.
It's fun.
Elizabeth, what do you got?
Okay, so I'm actually going to talk about a dilemma card and then give several examples of how in this game it's very open-ended for whatever answers that you actually give as far as playing. So it's very broad, and it's you know, kind of based on whatever cards you happen to draw and then your creativity. So it's quite fun. So this dilemma says, your guest has acquired several small yappy dogs who like to occasionally poo in your house. So if you wanted to go the pain route, you have a rubber band, so you could use that to, you know, sling at the dog and hit them, or slap something. So you could slap the dog, or boomerang, that would be the same thing. If you were going after a cleaning route, you have liquid soap, which you could use to, you know, clean up the mess, or spray something, which that could be the same thing. You could say, this is a bottle of, you know, some sort of OxyClean, and then clean napkins, pick it up. Same thing, trash bag, pick that up. Or you have vacuum, you could hypothetically vacuum up the poop.
No.
Or, well, yeah, you might be voted down, but someone certainly could try. Or you could draw this, which is underpants, and you could say, I have, you know, my child's underpants. I could cut a hole in it, put it on the dog, and then the dog just, you know, it's contained and they're wearing it. Or money, you could hire, you know, cleaning maid service to come and clean your house. So there's lots of different solution cards that you can potentially use for each dilemma. So people, be creative. It's fun.
So here's what I'd like someone to share is just quickly, give me the concept of the game as if I've never heard about it before. I just got the title. I just put out there for the first 10 people today that order. You'll get almost a $300 value digital program from me. Just to help us push the game out if you want to do a testimonial for us after you play the game. Shoot a quick video, post on my social media. We love getting this game out there. People that have it already have it, and they're loving it. But maybe just share with me, give me the idea of what is the object of the game? What do I have to do? How do we play? And how many people can play at one time? And then how do I win?
So the object of the game is each player is a host, and you're going to draw a guest. And there's 30. We have 30 guests, so there's a variety. And so on each guest card are 3 entertainment destinations that you have to travel to with your pawn.
On the board.
On the board. And so the object of the game is to be the first player to get rid of their house guest. And so there's a little strategy involved with the which destination that you go to first. You don't have to do them in order. But on your turn, you'll be drawing the dilemma cards and the solution cards. So here's the dilemmas, and then this would be from the solution deck. And so what Elizabeth was kind of saying earlier was some of these dilemmas, it can be solved multiple ways depending on what you draw. There's some randomness to the solutions. We have 160 of them, so you never know what you're going to get. So there's kind of a random assortment there. So you have to solve your dilemmas, travel to the destinations. You're going to collect tokens, and then once you have gotten all 3 tokens from your entertainment destinations, you draw from a drawstring bag, which will assign you your final destination. And once you get there with all your dilemmas solved, you win the game.
So what about playing as a team? How does that work?
Right. So this plays 6 people, but if you want to play more people than that, you can do 2 people to a pawn, so that could host 12 people. And so it's like we've actually discovered that it's more fun to play this game when you have a team, because each person has to have to talk together, negotiate on how they're solving their dilemma. And you would be really surprised how the people enjoy it more once they're discussing.
Yes.
Wait, no, I think we should use this. And
Exactly.
sometimes you have whispering
To figure out which one you're going to do and what story you're going to say.
And Peter, obviously you're like the lone cowboy over there, right? And I love that Catherine talked about how great the artwork was, because she's obviously quite gifted at the artwork and did a lot of the artwork. So just share with us, which piece of the puzzle of the game did each member of the family work on? Because I think it's great. First of all, it's tough as a family to do anything, especially like build a business like this and be creative and launch something. But what was really, I guess, if you would say this was my one skill set that helped the game propel, what would you guys each say that was your one big thing that brought your greatness to light as a part of bringing the game to market?
Well, all of us had solutions. All of us had dilemmas. All of us came up with characters. Catherine really pushed a lot to get the online work done and the marketing and the artwork and the graphic design, and to get it to have a look and a feel. My mother did a great job with a lot of the characters. My sister, Elizabeth, did a lot of the editing with the rules. She came up with a lot of dilemmas and solutions, and we had imbalances of how many solvable dilemmas and solutions. And so Elizabeth was really great at finding a balance where each dilemma had a similar amount of solutions, and so that it worked out okay. I did a lot of the feel and flow of the game. We used to have it where it was too stressful, it took too long to play, there wasn't enough positive things, and so we came up with the golden spiral. Catherine came up with the black, and it isn't simply that we each did one thing. We all would kind of start one idea and then bounce off the other. So that's how a lot of the characters are like amalgamations, where I came up with like the initial character, my mom came up with the name, and my sister came up with the description. So we had our individual parts and a lot of parts where we all chipped in. So
at the end of the day, it really was a team effort to bring this game to market. And I think that's a really big congratulations to you guys for putting the work into it, because what most people do is they dream about things and they talk about things and they plan about things, but they never get to market. And I will tell you that execution is everything in launching a business. And I know you have other games coming down the path, but I'd like you to show you, it looks like you got the board. Can you actually just show everyone the board of the game? Let me say
we're going to show this real quick. You can keep talking, Bill. Go that way. So it's quite large.
And these are some of the entertainment destinations that you would go to, and you can move freely any direction. So based on where you start and where this destination is on your guest card, you have to pick a path and move all around.
And then how do you actually win the game? What does the winning team have to do?
You have to have your final ticket. Once you've drawn that, you do not draw any more dilemma cards on your turn. So you can keep drawing solutions. So once you get to your final destination with all your dilemmas solved, you win the game. But everybody else is trying to do the same thing. So there's a bit of a race there at the end.
And I think that's what makes it the most fun, is that all of a sudden people get ultra competitive as the game goes on, because you have to sell your idea to the table. And if the table doesn't buy off on your idea, then you don't get rid of the house guest and you can't move forward. Thumbs up or thumbs down. So I think it'd be really kind of fun. It'd really be fun, I think, to just talk about for each of you guys, what is your favorite dilemma in the game? And I think this is always fun to hear, but what are some, or one of your craziest dilemmas in the game that is also challenging for the person that's playing the game to get through? Because the funny thing, everybody, I know this is an entrepreneur call, but you're learning from entrepreneurs, because every entrepreneur faces dilemmas every day. Every entrepreneur has to pick the solutions. Every entrepreneur has to go through the challenge of sales and communication and connections to make these things work. You know, we've got a special guest on today, my good friend Robert Allen. He's done hundreds of millions of dollars in real estate deals, right? He's written I don't know how many books, tons of them, right? And sold them all over the world. And this is the thing, is that no matter what you do, it still comes down to the bottom line that better communicators make more money. So why I think this game is so great is that it works on team skills. It works on your sales ability to sell the rest of the people that are playing the game on your idea. But I think it'd be fun as we close out this section is that what is that you have found has been one of your greatest dilemmas or one that you like the most and really tough for people to get through during the game?
I've tried to work on bribing. I've gotten that from my sister. I used to only try to fix things or create things, and then I saw that Elizabeth was really good at using violence or bribing them. So, like, say your guest is depressed and will not, talk to you. I got this boombox, and it's how you sell it. It's not just a boombox. I'm going to put Tony Robbins in there, and I'm going to let them get motivated and, get focused again. And then I'm going to put some Avicii in there, and we're going to get the energy going. And then I'm going to get my guest back, moving and going again. And so you have to speak to what the people you're playing with will respond to. Maybe somebody doesn't like Avicii. You say, I'm going to put Metallica in there. And they'll go, okay, I'll vote yes. And so it's really not any one card. It's based on the group you're playing with and how you have to sell it to them. Does anybody else got one?
Well, I think my
favorite dilemma card before we finish up?
Yeah, favorite dilemma card.
Favorite dilemma card. Favorite.
So, someone is kicking your dog when you're not looking.
Oh, yeah.
That's always gets a rise out of people.
Yep. Yep. Or the one where they're your guest is rifling through your toiletries in your bathroom. They've locked themselves in your bathroom and they're going through your stuff. They stopped
taking their psychiatric medicine. That's a good one. So,
what's interesting about that, actually, I have to say, Bill, I'm just jumping in. There was a Seinfeld just the other night I watched, and the whole Seinfeld is about them looking in other people's medicine cabinets, right? So what you just said is like, hundreds of millions of people understand what that means.
Yes.
Thank you, Michael.
Yes, I think actually one of my favorite dilemmas is your guest locks themselves in your house and you don't have a key, and then they're running around naked. So
you can't
and so the dilemma obviously is you're locked out of your house, and then they're running around naked doing who knows what.
Yeah.
Well, listen, guys, thanks for plugging in. Love you guys. Everyone, go online right now. Order the copy, House Guests from Hell. Get the game shipped to your house. Takes about 5 to 7 days. I promise you'll love it. And I got a special gift for the first 10 that order today. Just send me a text or get me an email or something, or a message somehow through social media. Just send me a copy of your receipt that you bought one of the games, and I'll send you guys links to a really cool gift today. Listen, keep up the great work. Always fun to hear about the latest, newest, coolest things with House Guests from Hell. And just get out there and order your game today, everybody. And thanks again, you guys. Have an awesome day.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Keep up the great work.
Bye.
Bye-bye for now.
All right. Fantastic. Bill, what a great day. What a great, the content, everything we've had, it's just been amazing. So, all right, everybody, get your streams a running. Everybody, Facebook, it's time to do watch parties. It's time to actually host on Twitch. It's time to share that YouTube stream because we are about to be taken to another level. The next speaker, who is still on the stage with me at the moment, is really a mentor, a friend, a business partner. He's taken Powerteam to the next level, made a difference in all of our lives, has taken thousands of rainmakers and taken their business to where they never expected. I've known him for, 8 years now. I've seen him on the major stages. He enrolls you. He gets you thinking about ways you never have, and it just changes your whole business perspective. Without any further ado, the CEO of Powerteam, Mr. Bill Walsh.
Michael, stay on because I thought it'd be kind of fun to flip the script today. I know you didn't expect this, but I think it's a great idea to let me interview you today and talk, because you're always on the stream talking, helping everybody else. But I thought it'd be great today to take a few minutes and just talk about a bit of your background and your story and why you're so excited to work within our Gold program, help launch our local masterminds, help with our coaching programs. I think it's great to hear a bit of your story, how you got here, and then why you chose Powerteam as your home for the rest of your life when it comes to business growth. And if I'm chopping in and out, I'm very sorry, guys. I'm on an internet connection. Not sure why it's chopping in or out. Is it okay for you, Michael?
Yes, you're absolutely clear.
Okay, as long as you're clear, that's fine. Because I was looking at Facebook, it looked fine from here. But one of the things I'd like you to do is just share a bit of your background and your story and why it's so important for everyone to belong to a mastermind. So let me just I'm going to pop you on the screen. I'll let you put you on the spot. And this was not planned, everybody. So I thought it'd be kind of the fun that instead of trying to do all the preparation, let's just have a fun conversation as to how important it is for everyone to belong to a mastermind. But share a bit of your story first and how you became a part of the Powerteam family and network.
You got it. So, I always tell, this is great. So basically, it's very simple. Born and raised in LA. For a long time, I knew that teams and being part of a group was really important. Did clinical psych in my background. This is like the bio, the introduction. And became actually a police officer and had an injury. So then became a clinical psych, then became a nurse, male nurse jokes, we're done. Then my wife and I knew we needed to do something different. She was also a nurse at the same time. We're up in Seattle at that point. And we went into, actually got involved in network marketing. She wanted to jump in and look at it. I wanted to look at another one, but the one she was in made all the sense to us. Did really well in about a year and a half, and we built teams. But we also dove into personal development because what we realized is if we didn't change, then our focus and where we were going wouldn't change. And we needed a business background. And that was over 21, 22 years ago. We then started to take a lot of personal development. I ran into a gentleman who was doing trainings in Australia. My wife and I both signed up for everything. We went down to Australia, took all the trainings there. Became his director of coaching, and that was in front of tens of thousands of people. She was running his big billionaire venture program and part of that, and also the crew, and that was great. Then came back to the States, worked with T. Harv Eker for many years, did a lot of the international programs. Then worked with Success Resources, where I ran into Bill. We were putting people on stages around the world, like Tony Robbins and Robert Kiyosaki, and I built the mastermind programs for them. But I kept seeing Bill Walsh at our back end stages. And what he would do for our students is he would actually be able to take their businesses and really give them that nitty gritty. And we put thousands of people through his system. And they'd always come back saying, thank you. This made a difference. This Rainmaker program and Powerteam made a difference in my life. And now they started to talk about masterminds. So at that point, after all those years, sometimes it's time. And Bill knew, which is the great thing about a mentor is they just know. And he said, let's have a conversation. And it was time. It was time to move to that, whatever that next experience was. And it was Powerteam. Because 3 years ago, I had taken Rainmaker, just like all the students. And it just changed my concept of how to teach business and how to drive the students to a next level. And that's what made all the difference. Had a long conversation with my wife, and she's like, because we're business partners, and she's like, time to go. And you need to join this man because this mission of Powerteam is amazing. And Bill brought me in, and we built, and he already had what's called the Gold program going, which was bringing masterminds to local areas. And the brilliance about a mastermind is it's a group of individuals that get together. They facilitate a journey in their business. So again, think of you're creating something in your business, you're not sure where you're going, and now you have 10 other people, 20, 30, 40, whatever that is, masterminding, creating ideas and concepts for your business to help you move forward in places that you're stuck. That's why a mastermind is critical within your own business and to be part of a mastermind. And we actually have masterminds at Powerteam. We run virtual masterminds, which you should all be a part of. We'll put a link up later. At the same time, we're looking for people to facilitate the mastermind because we want people to walk the journey. So who's in a mastermind? You could be someone who's an attorney. You could be someone who is a basketball star. You could own a cattle ranch because you're a group of individuals that get together to create something out of nothing. Everybody right now should read Think and Grow Rich. You'll see the power of the mastermind. And so what we're doing is we're building facilitated mastermind. So as a mastermind facilitator, you're helping them in their journey, but you're also part of it because you're getting recommendations for your own business too. And what happens in the mastermind is a lot of times they want to know more, or they help you more in your business than you even do for yourself, because we'll do more for others than we will for ourselves. So think of 20, 30, 40 people around you who are helping you with your business. It's like having a power team. Does that make sense? It's like having an amazing power team. And that power team will make a difference in anything that you do. So I joined Powerteam because, first of all, I saw this juggernaut of 300 live events a year. I saw thousands of the students that I knew going through Rainmaker saying, best results I've ever got. I saw the power of bringing what they were doing, and Bill saw the power in bringing me over, right? That's great mentorship, creates great leadership of really being able to create more in your business, and more in your business from the point of the 300 events with also the leads that we get, and then moving it all virtually. We saw what was happening. Bill saw it right away. We were in a hotel in Miami, and it went from like 90% occupancy to 18%. That was like that day, Bill created the summits. We had our first 12-hour summit. I think it was like 10 days later with Mark Victor Hansen and Sharon Lechter. Because when you're working with a mentor who sees what's going to happen next and has always got his eye on the ball, you're willing to make the shift. And the shift is a quick change. And when you do that, you want to be part of a mastermind because now you have facilitated group around you that is helping you really create the next level. So we created the Gold program, which was running before I got there. And then I was brought on to really create that local mastermind component. And we started to talk to people and say, all right, so you're in the area of, let's say, Miami. I just brought a Gold on today in Miami. But you're in Miami. How many other business people do you know, or how many do you want to get to know? And do you want to also have the world behind you of Powerteam with our 300 live events, with all our virtual events every week? And, let us train you every single week to be the best mastermind facilitator on the planet. And we'll also make sure that you're part of Club Corp, which means you can go to all the great clubs and golf courses because we want to have you be able to posture yourself to that position and also be able to spend time with people in wonderful facilities. We're also going to train you to be the best communicator. That's Icon Speakers, to be the best communicator, to communicate one-on-one. It's always to communicate one-on-one. Communication is everything you do. And then we invite you to our big mastermind, right? Our big mastermind, Win Global. The next one's in the Bahamas. We're going. And we bring you there because we want you to be part of what we're creating. We want you to be part of the greatness of the top leaders in the world who Bill Walsh invites in. And so it's my pleasure to be the head of global training because I'm working with some of the best people on the planet, the greatest minds on the planet, and it really creates more in everything I'm doing. So I'm just going to show you one thing, which is the funnel. Everybody knows the funnel. But what happens is you bring people into your business here, and let's say it's a coaching business. This is the coaching. Everybody got that? That's one-on-one. So let's say it's $200 an hour. Then your next level is you move them to group mentoring. The beauty about that is now it's maybe 10 to 1 and they're only paying $50 a month, but that's $500 an hour you're now making. Everybody get the difference? And then you move them into a mastermind. You get 10 people together who pay, let's say, $2,500 a year. Now, there's masterminds. The one that I was involved in, we're $25,000 a year, and there's masterminds up to $100,000, $150,000 a year. But let's say yours is $2,500 a year. and you get 10 people involved in that, well, that's now $25,000, and you could build how it looks. And I'm happy to build that for you. If you're part of our gold program, as the golds know, we have a call every Monday with myself, and I'll help you build that into any business. So I would love you to be part of what we're doing. If you would like to text right now, the letters SBA to 26786. Text the letters SBA to 26786. We're there for you. Remember, we're moving forward. We have virtual events every week. We have live events starting up next week. So if you want to be part of that and you see yourself as a position that it's something that either you want to build it in your business, let me help you build it in your business, or take that to the next level, I'm happy to be there for you with Powerteam. And I love what I do. And again, Powerteam is a juggernaut, and you attach yourself to juggernauts that have heart, soul, and trust, right? It's an organization that it wasn't me. It was all these students that came back and said, whatever this is, you changed my life. And now I see all these students we put forward on stages. Bill wasn't kidding. In 60 days or less, you get on a stage, and all these students that went through are now on stages, and they're like, thank you so much. That's why we do what we do. How's that, Bill?
Bro, that's super clear. I loved it, man. I think it's really also good, too, that, when you're part of masterminds, it's important that we talk about that you now belong to a club or a group that's there to also give you feedback, give you great ideas, give you great insight. I can tell you that we would never have had the growth we had today had I not invested in masterminds. And I can tell you that I've met so many great people through masterminds. So when I looked at the process of a mastermind, kind of like an advisory board for you to work with, what changed the whole game was that when I went to the first one, I still have names from that mastermind from 25 years ago of people that I didn't know back then, but are still friends today. So if you're looking to build deep relationships, great partnerships, and get paid for it, I mean, at the end of the day, if you like to make money and you like to facilitate and you like to help other people, then why not help us globally run a mastermind? We're looking for leaders in every city around the world to lead virtual and live masterminds at this time. And the best part about it is that we're paying you for the folks to join, even if they come from our list. But what you really get that's even more valuable than the income you'll receive, and come down to the Bahamas with us, be a part of these things, get plugged into the different events we got going on, whether it's our one-day icon program or it's coming to the Ultimate Wealth Camp, that's all part of the gold package, or utilizing our Club Corp partnership to be able to have access to 25 business clubs in the country that you can walk into, have a small meeting, just pay for your food. That by itself was priceless. But you also have access to 200 country clubs in case you like to golf, where you can then go golf at the same price a member plays to golf. So these are all add-ons, and we just keep adding value, adding value, adding value. But I will tell you what masterminds will really bring to you is they'll bring to you the outside challenge that you would never find somewhere else. They'll bring to you the insight and the wisdom from a group that you'd never get on your own. And Michael, I think it'd be great if you would just share, a little bit about how important it is to belong to masterminds. And then, of course, a few benefits that you might see, not only the income, which Michael can give you all the income stuff, but really the personal growth that you get from being part of a mastermind. And everyone that's listening today, you can launch your own mastermind. You can go find 4 or 5 of your friends, send them a message, launch a virtual mastermind on Zoom or something like that, meet once a month, and we highly recommend that. Part of our Rainmaker, which is our business incubator course, that we recommend everyone be a part of masterminds. But there's always 2 masterminds, one that you help, one that helps you. Mm-hmm. One that you help, one that helps you. And if you'll take the time to plug in like that, you'll find the greatest results ever, because if you look at the Fortune 500, they all have what's called a board of directors. If you look at mid-sized companies, they have what's called a board of advisors. Who do you think entrepreneurs have? They have what's called their broke brother-in-law with all kinds of bad news. So if you want to keep learning from your broke brother-in-law, I learned long time ago, you hang out with 4 broke people, you'll be the 5th. But to really transition, elevate, surround yourself with people that inspire you, that challenge you, that'll help you become even better. And whether it's people like Greg Kirk or, so many leaders we have that are doing masterminds in different cities, you've just got to get plugged in. We have a brand new one just launched out in Miami today, Olga Richards, brand new, just got joined with our team. So, you know, we need masterminds in every city. And we're excited to have, you know, new masterminds opening up as soon as things break out. But right now, you can run them virtually, right? Don't be afraid to have a virtual mastermind too, of course. One where you're helping people, one where people are helping you. This is critical for everybody that's here to get plugged into. If not this mastermind, you better pick one. But Michael, maybe you could share a few of the benefits that when you're a part of a mastermind, some of those benefits you get on the personal growth side as well as on your business growth side.
Yeah, you know, part of what happens from that, you're establishing relationships. So everybody write down relationships. And relationships are really a critical piece because part of it is learning how to collaborate and how to really work together. And that's the great thing in a mastermind. Think of virtually, right? We have a Zoom mastermind. We had one 2 weeks ago. We had 35 people on. Now, these 35 people did not know each other. And we had people from India, people from London, all across the US. Somebody from Australia came in, and they learned to collaborate together. They learned really how to work their businesses together, but they realized that they were growing within themselves because they were learning to.
I think maybe we lost Michael there. Maybe he got popped off the stream because I don't see him there. Something happened with our stream at the same time. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. We'll try to get Michael back when the stream comes back on. Austin, can you hear me okay? I see John in the stream room too. Make sure you guys can hear me okay. We got a couple people out there. It looks like yes, so I just want to make sure. But these things when it comes to running the mastermind is really has to come from a commitment. And I'll tell you this, that if you're not committed to helping other people grow, it's many times hard for you to grow. If you're not willing to step outside the comfort zone and like Keri talked about, add value, it's really hard for you to become the value provider and value creator. You know, so when you're starting this stuff out, I think we got Michael back. I'll try to bring you back in, Michael. Let me see. There we go.
I'm
Go
back.
ahead.
I'm back. All right, should I continue?
Yeah, go ahead. You're on a roll.
I know. So it's about, it's about how we collaborate, and it's that personal side that you're creating relationships. And Bill's right. The masterminds that we've been part of and are lifelong. It's friendships, but it's lifelong business relationships. It's lifelong community, and that's that part that you get. You also find out a lot about yourself, because within the mastermind environment, you find out like how much you want to collaborate, how much you're willing to give, how much you're willing to do. Is there synergy within the group? And how do you, as a facilitator, how do you help people get down the road? Are you strong enough on your why? And how do you help them do it? So the mastermind becomes really giving, and about giving to others, and about being there for others, and dropping that part of yourself where it's, well, what about me? Which we all have and we all do. I do that all the time, right? But then it's looking at that and saying, how do I give or think bigger? And how do I make that shift in myself? And how do I then help them make that shift? And it gives you a new perspective. It's a new perspective on how you do business. But you're right, Bill, it's those lifelong relationships within the mastermind that make such a difference, that keeps us moving forward. And you can build it into any business, which is why it's great too. You can have like-minded individuals together, or you could have individuals from different businesses. And it's thinking of the entrepreneur and facilitating that journey. And that makes a big difference. So think of it this way, everybody. Collaboration, support, network, facilitating a journey. It's like what you do for your customer. So now you're also you're looking at, how do I work with my customer? Am I there for my customer? And it gives you those techniques too that will help you increase that side of your business. It will help you move that next step forward as you collaborate the journey and be part of a mastermind. And the more, and then you surround yourself with greatness. You surround yourself with those who are typically just further down the road, and you listen and you learn and you build.
Well, Michael, I think you've laid it all out there. I'm not sure how much more you need to cover on this, but I really wanted you to talk about the power of masterminds, how to help us run it, and then drive it. I think it's super powerful that we're honored to have you on the team. I know you're doing a great job to bring this to market, help a lot of people. And I want to thank all of our Gold members out there. We're excited to relaunch some of the masterminds in different cities. We're excited for the Gold to decide to come down for the Bahamas and be a part of the Win Mastermind group, where it's our private mastermind we've had for 12 years now. Now, as a part of that, we don't bring you down there. You've got to get your own flights, your own hotels. You got to cover your own gambling. You're on your own for that. But you will get 4 of the best days of your life when it comes to building super high-level relationships, having fun with your family, because you can invite your family to win. We want the kids to come. You've got the greatest theme park, greatest pool park, greatest one of the resorts in the world. Why not enjoy it? We only work for 4 hours a day there. The rest is all called social time. So for a fact, if you need to be around some wildly successful individuals and you love the idea of helping local entrepreneurs, you're going to love being a part of the mastermind. So just text SBA to 26786. Michael, we're going to move right ahead to our next speaker. I see our next guest on there. John is here. I'm going to have you bring him on. We're going to have a little more time for my good friend Robert Allen. He'll be on right after John, so don't go anywhere, everybody. This is a good time. If you ever want to hear from one of the best-selling authors of all time, one of the top income producers ever in the area of real estate, and someone that just lives, eats, and breathes making money, having fun, and making a difference around the world, we're going to give him a little more time today. But Mr. Robert Allen will be live on the stream right after our next guest speaker, who is also a dynamo in his own place, right? This next speaker, Michael, I don't know how much you know about John, but he's a rock star. He's helped us a lot with some of our different network and noon events, and Michelle is a great friend of his, and he's been really a great avid supporter, and we're glad to support him too. So it's just great to have this amazing group on today, sharing some goodness, sharing the wealth, and spreading out some good news. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you. You can bring John on. Let's get this thing rocking. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Fantastic. All right. So first of all, text SBA to 26786. Text SBA to 26786. We will work with you now. And when I text you back to give you my information, it's coming from a 425. Don't think who that is. You're just ready to rock, and we're ready to have you part of the team. All right. Arms in the air. Get a little stretch, get a little motion, get a little movement. See, the whole umbrella's going here, right? It's time for more. We have so much more to bring to you, and get your pens ready. And I'm about to introduce this next powerful, isn't that good? Powerful speaker, right? And isn't this the time that my neighbors decided to do something in his backyard for the first time in 20 years? So hopefully you're not hearing him too much. All right, here we go. Mr. John Pyron. John, the business doctor, is an international business and sales expert who has trained, everybody hear that? Thousands of people across 12 countries in business and sales principles. Yeah, we can always use more of that. Through one-on-one coaching, consulting, and masterminds, everybody hear that word, masterminds? He helps his clients gain clarity around their vision, critically important, mission, objective strategies, and action plans, and then provides the accountability needed to get results faster and eliminate the frustrations of owning a business. Without any further ado, let's give a big round of applause to Mr. John Pyron. John, how are you?
I'm good, man. I am good. It's good. I'm glad you unfroze and came back.
Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Well, you've got the stage.
Awesome. Awesome. Let me share my screen here. Boom, boom. Boom. Okay. This is a pretty cool tool. Let me grab this here. All right, cool. So the cool thing is I came on right as you guys were talking about masterminds, and I got to tell you right now, you should take them up on their offer. I would not be here at all in any way, shape, or form had it not been in the masterminds that I've been a part of. So I'm a high believer in masterminds. So with that said, I've got a couple of goals for today. We're going to talk about 3 ways to 10x your referrals. So whenever I'm talking from the front of the room and talking to a bunch of people, I always ask this question because this is one of my favorite topics to talk about is how many of you in here have a referral system in place? And a lot of people's hands go up. And I say, okay, well, let me ask it a different way. How many of you know going next month, which we're getting ready to do, and you know how many referrals you're going to get, when they're coming to you, and who they're coming from? And invariably, all the hands go down and maybe one stays up. And so if I was on stage right now and you were in front of me, I'd probably have the same result. But I will tell you this, by the time I'm done here, you're going to have a referral system in place. And the only reason you won't have it in place is because you don't take action. I want you to be able to go literally leave today's call and be able to execute on this today or tomorrow. And so without that said, the next thing I want is I'm going to help you set up your referral systems. I'm going to give you an opportunity to do that at the end of my talk. So it's like Michael said, I was homeless at age 17, living behind this house on 40th Avenue and East 14th Street in Oakland, California. Very safe neighborhood. But because I got a mentor, because I had experience in different masterminds, the last recession, I ended up in the center page of the Sacramento Business Journal because I grew the business 63.9% and built it from $0 to $1 million in 3 years with the exact same strategy I'm going to give you today. So if you get nothing else out of what I'm talking about or nothing else about what anybody else is talking about, the one thing I hope you walk away with is get a mentor. There are plenty of mentors on this summit, and there are masterminds. And do not go into this economic contraction by yourself. That is the one thing I learned in 2008, had a lot of success. That is the very first thing I did in March. I looked at the two coaches that I had and I says, you can't help me right now, so we're going to put us on hold. And I went and hired one of the best mentors on the planet to hold my butt accountable because I know the opportunities that exist right now. So there's basically 3 ways to 10x your referrals. Number 1, you got that mindset. It's that inner game. We're in that. The next thing is you've got that outer game, which is your systems. But I'll tell you, like everybody else, every other mentor will tell you, you can have the best mindset on the planet. You can have the greatest systems in place. But if you can't get your butt to take action, none of this is going to matter. So let's talk about the inner game. Let's talk about your mindset. And one of the mindsets of a champion is that there's always room to grow. Now, put in the chat window if you agree with that. Say, I agree. The next thing I want to ask you is how many of you have potential inside of you right now to perform at a level higher than the level you've been performing at? Put that in there as well. Because I know this, until the day I die, there's always the potential to grow at a higher level, and the same applies to you. This is a client of mine. Her name is Deborah Scarpa. And about 4 years ago, she came to me, and I basically gave her a 30-minute strategy session I'm going to give to you today for free. And I sat down with her, and I talked to her, and I said, hey, Deborah, what is the biggest challenge that you have? And she said, hey, I've been in business 22 years, 3,000 clients. And for the last 2 years, the organic referrals haven't been coming to me. Now, how many of you, that's your referral system, right? You have organic referrals. That's like most people. And I said, well, if I could fix that for you, would it be worth working with me for 3 months? And she said, yes. And within a week, I discovered she had a mindset problem. It was like, I don't want to be pushy. I don't want to salesy. I don't want to, risk losing a client. It was a mindset challenge. And here's what I got to say to you. If that's you, if your product or service is good enough to help somebody and you honestly believe that, we got to fix that mindset, man, because that's what was going on with her. I'm like, your product is great. Your services are great. You have 3,000 satisfied clients. 4, that's how many referrals we got right now. We just need to break through this mindset challenge. So literally what's great, she's the most analytical person I know, hardest person to get to embrace sales. But within 3 months, she 4X'd it. Literally went from 5-figure business to well into a 6-figure business in less than 3 months because of the mindset breakthrough and because of the referral system I'm going to teach you step by step on today. So without further ado, let's hop into it. Let's talk about that system, which is the outer game. And we're talking about referral today. And anytime, most of the time, there's other referral systems I would use, but whenever I go into an economic contraction, whenever I go into a recession, There is a definite system that needs to be implemented as quickly and as fast as possible, because you will grab a ton of opportunity if you do that. And I like power base. So it's like the guy sitting here power, and that's all these people, right? And so your power base is going to be your greatest source of referrals right now than any other referral system. And so there's basically 4 key ingredients, good power base. Number 1, you want to take some notes. I want you to make a list of all your family, your friends, and your relatives. I'll basically take you as the center and grow outward the people closest to you to the people furthest away from you. And it starts with your family, friends, and relatives. Don't judge. Don't go, well, I don't want Cousin Joe on there. No, put Cousin Joe on there. Just make the list. 2 is your current clients and your clients. They all need to go on that list. Go back as far as you can. Even if it's another business, they know you. Put them on that list. Next is your current prospects and your past prospects. Go as far back as you can. Deals that you lost maybe 2 years ago. They told you no. They told you, don't ever call me again, whatever. Put them on the list. Even the guy that beat you up in high school, put them on the list because they know you. Last but not least, all your social media connections. Now, if you really want to get a jump start in this, where's it at? Whip out your cell phone here and just open up contacts and start scrolling down, and every single person that you connect with, I want you to put them on a list. So the first step is to make a list. You got to put them on the list. The next step is you're going to set a daily goal to add it. So today I set a goal. I have a goal every day to put 5 on there. And I was sitting down looking at my LinkedIn profile. I'm like, oh my gosh. I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 people on a list. They all know me. But if you just do 5 a day, that's 25 a week, man. Set a goal to add to that list every day. Next, make the call. Okay? Don't think about it. That it's not like you're calling a cold call. These people know you. So there's 2 types of calls, and I'm going to give you both scripts right now because you're going to be able to go back and watch this recording. And so the first one is your friends, family, and relatives. And those are the people, they know you. They know you the best. Just call them up and say, hey, Joe, this is John. What's up, man? How's it going? How's things been? How's the family? How's the kids? I just wanted to call. I was thinking about you. I wanted to call and catch up. And invariably, he's going to say, what are you doing? And that's when you want to tell him what you're doing. And then you say, hey, man, you know what? Let's keep in touch. We need to really reconnect. Let's get together and have lunch when this thing opens up. Let's get together and have coffee, whatever. Just make sure you make that connection and you start that relationship. Next is going to be your clients, your past clients, your prospects, the business related, and we can be a lot more direct with them. So you get them on the phone, go, hey, Joe, John Pyron, what's going on, man? Hey, how's business? How are you doing? And he's going to tell you. And it could be, man, business is the greatest thing since sliced bread. But most of the people are going to say, oh, man, it's a struggle, dude. Times are hard right now, right? And you can say, hey, if I can refer somebody to help you fix that, would you want me to refer them to you? Why do I want to do that? I want to help them is the point. The key is when you're talking to a client, I want to focus on how I can help them. Because now it allows me to go out and find, if I don't have somebody in my network that can help them, it's my job to go out and find somebody to add to my network to refer to them. Why? Because when I refer somebody to somebody else, if I was to refer somebody to Bill Walsh or Cindy on here or Michelle or anybody on this call, you would probably refer somebody back to me. So I'm just going to ask the question, hey, how's business? How's things going? And they're going to tell you. And then you can say, hey, can I help you out? What can I do for you? Now, I know I just repeated myself, but I want you to understand that. Next is give them something for free. Say, hey, whatever problem you have, it could be business related, it could be personal related, whatever. I want to help you. I will go out and find somebody that can help you solve your problem. In fact, you know what? I've been on these masterminds. In fact, I ran across this network at noon deal that goes on Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's kind of a subliminal message for all of you there. You should be on that call. I met this group called Powerteam. You know what? They have these great recordings, man. They have this Success Summit 360. It's coming up next week. Why don't I refer that to you? You give them something for free. And then right before you end the call, if they don't ask about you, you simply say, hey, you know what, Joe, let me ask you a question. Do you know of any family, friends, relatives, clients, past prospects, competitors that could use my services right now? And he might say, yeah, great. What's the last name, man? Give me the phone number. Or he might say, nah, I really don't. And here's what you need to do. You know what? I know, man. I get it. I just put you on the spot. Sorry about that. But if you knew somebody, who would that be? It's amazing when you say that, because you go, you know what? I was thinking about this guy. And he'll refer you to somebody. So that is how you leverage your power base. And then after you've done all this, because you have your list now, you want to follow up, follow up, follow up, follow up, follow up. Here's why. A lot of us are coming out of a bull market. We've gotten lazy about this. I got lazy about it. I have a ton of people on my power base. But now it's time to reactivate that power base. It's going to be the best, easiest source of referrals and new business for you. Next, about center of influence. Some of you might know it as person of influence. Everybody has a center of influence. Okay, everybody has a network that they have influence with, but not everybody's a center of influence for you. A center of influence is somebody who has a high percentage of your target market inside their network. And we need to get in a situation where they will refer us business. The easiest way that I know of to build a center of influence relationship is with existing customers or existing friends or relatives. It would be like me calling, hey, Bill, you know what? I'm looking for a bookkeeper. I'm looking for an accountant. I'm looking for, you know, do you use any of those types of services? And he's going to come back and say, well, yeah, I use Mary. You know, Mary's my bookkeeper. I go, you like Mary? Yeah. Hey, do you mind if I call Mary? I need a bookkeeper to refer to. And he's going to say, yeah. And I'm going to call up Mary and I'm going to go, hey, Mary, you and Bill's your customer. Bill's my customer. Hey, you know what? I got to thinking, if we're going after the same customer, maybe we should have coffee. And she's going to say, yes. Then we're going to meet for coffee and we're going to have coffee together. And then the one thing that we're going to do is I want to build this list to 10. So I want to reach out to my customers, past customers, prospects, everybody. I want to get a list of 10 potential COIs. Once I have that, I want to narrow that list to 4. Now, why 4? 4 is a magic. I can meet with one of these a week, which means I'm going to meet with them once a month. And I'm going to have a little, we already talked about it, I'm going to have a little mini mastermind with them once a month. Hey, man, how's it going? How did it go last month? What was the big successes for you? What was your biggest challenge? How did it go? How's the family, man? And then at the end, I'm going to whip out a list. I'm going to go to their LinkedIn profile prior to even going there, or maybe their Facebook, or maybe their Instagram, or maybe their Twitter, or maybe their TikTok. And I'm going to find, 5 or 6 people that I think would be a great prospect for me. And then I'm going to put it in front of them after I meet with them. And so it kind of looks like this. This guy right here, I've been doing this with since 2006. I literally built 3 separate multi-million-dollar companies with this strategy right here. And I only did it with 4 COIs. So Jim, the third Friday of every month at 3:30 in the afternoon to be exact, at Cyber Java Cafe on Madison and 80. That's where you can find me if you're in the FBI. But we meet there. I go to his LinkedIn. I click on his connections here. I click on the search. Then I go up there and I type in the word president because that's who I'm looking for, and up comes a list. I print this list and bring it with me. Then when I get to the end of the meeting, I put this in front of me. I go, hey, man, who on here do you actually know? Because a lot of you are like me. You got people in your social networks you don't really know, right? I want to know who he knows. So he goes, I know Stephen Harper. Guy became a client of mine. I know Henry Chang. Guy became a client of mine. Brandon Heights, made $200,000 off that guy. Strativa Raucus made hundreds of thousands of dollars off of that referral. And he gave me 3 others in that meeting where I brought this list. On average, 5 to 7 referrals every single time. And if you have 4, just do the math. 1 a week times 4 weeks, an average of about 30 referrals a month. I know exactly who they're going to come from. I know exactly what day they're going to come to me. And every single month, I get to go into the month with fresh referrals. One of the best referral systems I've ever created. This guy came off of this list. 2.5 years. Was at $140,000 a year in revenue. Last year, he ended up just shy of $1 million within 3.5, 4 years. And this is the only system he was using because he's an engineer and he doesn't like to make cold calls. So I know this works and it'll work for you. All right, let me wrap this up. So there's 3 ways: inner game, outer game, and action. 4 levels of action you need to really be thinking about in this recession. Number 1, do nothing. There are a lot of people doing nothing right now. They're going to wait for this to pass. Number 2, people are going to retreat and not do anything. But if you think you're going to make it through this with normal levels of action, blinders on. I'll just be honest with you. You need to take massive levels of action. Get a part of this mastermind group. Okay, I'm going to skip this because we're out of time. But in order to play at a higher level, you really need to expand your comfort zones. Take some massive action. And one of the ways that you can take massive action today is join Powerteam, become a part of the mastermind, lead a mastermind in your area. If you want to connect with me, I'll give you a 30-minute strategy session. You just go to ipowerteam.com/freedom, select my name. I'll give you 30 minutes for free. We'll focus on your referral systems, and I'll make sure that you implemented them right and that you can have success. So with that said, I think I timed it just right for you.
Buddy, you were awesome, man. This is great stuff. I think that you didn't deliver, you over-delivered. And I knew when we talked on the phone, I've seen some of the stuff you're working on, that referrals are probably the greatest way to grow a business, and most people don't do it. They're waiting for some other magic pill. I believe that referrals are the magic pill, and you never know who somebody knows, right? I remember 30 years ago, I went to buy a property down in South Florida in the Florida Keys, and we were bidding on this house, and we had the highest bid, but we didn't win the property for some reason. And so I knew the process very well. And so I asked my agent, and she must have been in her 80s, I think, 70 or 80 years old at least. And she was the sweetest, nicest person you ever wanted to meet. And sure enough, when I thought there was some funny business going on, I called her and I said, why don't you have someone to look into this transaction? Because I think we did everything right. You're missing a commission. I'm missing a house. And she said, well, let me just pick up the phone. She said, you might not realize, she said, but one of my best friends I've known for 50 years is a guy named Senator Bob Grant. And so she called the senator to get them to look into this little deal with the VA on a property. Yeah. And sure enough, even though the other people closed on the house, they were fixing it up already. They came in and voided their sale and gave us the property. All because he threatened to send a task force down to investigate why this nice elder lady did not get the deal when she was the highest bid. And so I share this because, if you're not willing to refer and you're not willing to lean on referrals, you don't understand business yet. And I think that's a big reason, John, why you're so successful is that you add value, and because of that, you're attracting a lot of great clients. So I just want to say a huge thanks for being on today. Just great content all the way through. And I want to thank Michelle also, Michelle Finnegan-Nixon, because without her, this wouldn't have happened. Michelle is just a dynamic part of our team, and Cheryl Brenner, dynamic parts of our team that you might not always see them on the front of this stuff, but they're behind the scenes making all this stuff go. So I just want to say once again, thanks again. You were awesome. Look forward to seeing you in person soon, and hopefully you get a chance to help us with a mastermind and come down to the Bahamas.
I'd love to, man. I'd love to.
Great, man. Appreciate you so much.
All right, brother. Thanks for letting me have
I'll see you soon.
You bet.
Well, if you didn't get content from that one, I don't know, maybe the wood is wet. If you're an entrepreneur, he was giving you exactly step-by-step what to do to generate more referrals. And so we're coming to you live today from Barrington, Illinois, where it's a little stormy outside. It's a little crazy we had like hail earlier, now some dark clouds. But I tell you this, I've got a very, very special guest to bring on in a few minutes that is going to literally take you from A to Z on what it takes to get your book done, maybe even have him put a little forward for your new book coming out. You're going to hear about that. But before I bring him on, I've got one special guest to bring on, and I'd like to introduce these guys as well. But this is my good friend from down in Florida that literally runs a multi-million-dollar business. help people with their taxes. But he's also a business marketing genius when it comes to grassroots marketing. I call him the grassroots king, and he's launching some new tools online for every entrepreneur worldwide to use. How to use effective, low-cost marketing to build a multi-million-dollar business. So let me just see if I can bring Albert on for a second. Albert, how are you, my friend?
Awesome, my buddy Bill. By the way, if you want the guy who'll take you to the top, give you the best time, and learn at the same time, go to brother Bill. He'll take you there.
Well, Albert, you know, you're a great success story, because I really do believe that you are someone that weren't born with a silver spoon. You worked your ass off to get there. But I'd like you to just give 2 or 3 really quick tips. What can a small business owner do right now if they have a low budget but like the idea of bringing on lots of clients? What would you recommend they do right now, today? Not next week or next month, but right now.
The fastest way I would tell you to do is do Facebook Lives and do what I call edumacation marketing. Very simple, easy to do, but now I even perfected it even better. You come up with your 5 biggest tips and call it the blueprint. What are these people's 5 biggest pains in your industry? And you make, listen, low cost, you go on Word and you make a little infographic, you know, and you can make it for free. See the word I say, free? And you just go on Facebook and start talking about why you need an accountant, how Google reviews, you know, a business card. But another thing you have to do is, if you really want to do it, and it only costs $4 a month, you use the texting system. I mean, there's a real cheap one, I shouldn't say it that way, that I use every day. It's called Text Magic. You know, it's easy to use, and I've used it to make thousands of dollars with my clients in the store.
There you go.
So for $4 a month and free, and you make a little infographic, and you could do it on your cell phone. How much,
you know, for a guy that makes millions of dollars a year, you certainly do keep it simple and right to the point. That's what I love about you. And I'm excited to announce that you'll be bringing some really cool new things to all small business owners, and a lot of it for free. How they can get this stuff for free is coming soon. And for the VIP package, like $10 a month to work with Albert. And now I know you're doing private coaching where you're helping a lot of individuals really understand how to save that money, you know, instead of paying to Uncle Sam, how to reinvest in your business to really increase and maximize not just your income, but your profits. Because, you know, in business, it's not what you make, it's what you keep.
How big is your checkbook at the end of the week, dude?
That's right.
You know, you can make millions and millions of dollars. But guess what? If you're -5 because you don't know how to put stuff together, it's
You're upside down. Hang on, buddy. I want to bring on a special guest. I just want you guys to say hello for a second. This individual is someone I've had a chance to know for 15 plus years. We've done a number of events together all over the country. He's going to talk today about really the importance of writing your book and then how to market your book. And I tell you this, that he's one of the guys that, you know, is always the giver. This individual is someone that I've worked with for many, many years on stages, off stages, been to his home. He's been to my home. We were sharing a funnier story earlier today, you know, about someone he met at my house and said, you know, it's amazing that some people you surround yourself with, Bill, and it's always about adding value. And I think that's why you keep such great long-term relationships. But let me bring to the stream, let me bring on Mr. Robert Allen. Robert, how are you, brother?
Hi, Mr. Robert. His speaker's
hey,
not
Bob,
on.
You got to unmute your phone there. That's all. You got to unmute your stream.
There we go.
Now we can hear you. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Bill? Bill,
I just wanted to say hi to Albert for a second. He's a rock star, big fan of yours, so I thought it'd be fun for you to.
Amazing.
Well, his middle name is Income Streams.
I thought that was your middle name.
It's multiple streams of income.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there's no accident. Albert, I'm going to let you go, buddy. I appreciate you, man.
Awesome.
Thanks for your 5 minutes of wisdom. Always love it. It's good to have you on the stream. You're coming in a little chopped up. I'm not sure if you're on high speed or not. But I can see you, but it's a little. There's just a little. You need a little faster Wi-Fi, maybe.
Well, no doubt about that. And am I still a little sluggish coming in?
You are. I mean, it's okay, but the picture itself is not super clear. So you've got like some It's just not a super clear photo.
Well, good. I have a lot of wrinkles. I'd rather just fade away if we could.
Well, maybe we could do this, if you wouldn't mind. Just take a few minutes, share with them a bit of your story, and give them some really great tips of wisdom on getting your book to market, and really how important it is to get your book to market. And I will tell you this, everybody, that we will have a special offer with Robert today. You'll never see it somewhere else. You'll never have access to it again. But to actually work directly with Robert and his team and actually have him actually write a forward for your new book would be priceless for your business. So let me just do this. Let me just turn it over to you and share a bit of your story. How did you get to where you're at today? And then, of course, you know, a couple of those wisdom tips on what it takes to become a best-selling author, New York Times best-selling author. I'd love to hear it directly from you. So let me just turn the stream right over to you.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Is there a book in you? Have you always felt there was a book in you? Maybe you have already written your book, but it's just sitting in the garage on a pallet, and you haven't been able to sell it. Well, there are a lot of mistakes that people make when it comes becoming a best-selling author. And the first mistake that people make is they think that the book is going to make them rich and famous, and it isn't. You know, the average book is going to sell, the average successful book is going to sell 5,000 copies. And if you're on a royalty basis with a publisher, that's not going to make you rich. Don't quit your day job. What you want is a book where you can become the promoter of that book, because eventually you are the promoter anyway. And whatever business you have, the book is going to help you double your business no matter what business you're in, because ultimately all businesses are information businesses. I know that you may not believe that. You might be selling products, but those products have information attached to them, and how you market those products is by information. And therefore, a book is absolutely essential for you to be marketing anything you want to market, whether you're marketing coaching, whether you're marketing a network marketing opportunity, whether you're marketing a service where you're doing things for people. The book gives you credibility. And what happens when you say you're an author? Look what happens when you talk to somebody and you tell them that they ask you, what do you do for a living? And you say, well, I do this, I do multiple streams of income, but I'm also an author. And watch the way they look at you when you say that. Something shifts inside them when they look at you when you've told them that you're an author. There is some magic that happens with that word in our society. Problem is, most people do what these self-published pieces of crap, excuse the language. They look crappy, they're inside, they're crappy, the content is crappy, the word of mouth is crappy, it doesn't go anywhere, and that's not what you want. You want something that you're proud of, not only to build your business right now, but something you can leave as a legacy for centuries. You want something you're proud of. What it does is it gives you this sense of credibility, like you are a published author. Problem with published authors today is that they try to find a publisher to go with, and it's 1 in 10,000 manuscripts gets selected. And therefore, what's the probability of that? That's almost zero. You want 100% probability that your book will actually be published. You need to create what I call the platform. A platform is where you do the Facebook advertising, where you attract the clients to you, where you give away your book for free, and it builds your database. And by upselling a few things in the free offer, your advertising is free. And therefore, you just spend money on advertising. It builds your database. And we all know if you don't have a database, you're not in business. And as it builds your database, it creates this platform for you where you're not only earning money from the sale of your books and the other things that go with it, but now you go to a publisher and you say to a publisher, I'd like you to publish my book for me, please. And they go, well, it kind of depends on who you are. Do you have a platform? And you go, I have a database of 50,000 people that I have sold this book to myself. And I sell at least 5,000 copies of that every single month. As soon as you have a platform, the publisher will go, well, what are we waiting for? But don't sign a contract with a publisher without including some clauses in it that protect you and give you the rights to market your own book while they are also distributing your book through bookstores. So the bottom line of our message today is, yeah, you have a book in you. If you don't have a book in you, you darn well better get one, because it gives you this credibility, and it also gives you the ability to double whatever business that you're doing. Because having well, you know what the word lead magnet is. Everybody who does any kind of online marketing knows that a book is one of the best things for you to give away. It still has the highest value. It's not a special report. It's actually a book. But the way you write that book is different than the book you publish in a bookstore. It has to be focused on two things. When you market your book, when you go to Google or to Facebook and to market give away your book, you're looking for somebody who has an urgent problem or a burning desire. Most authors, when they write their books, they don't write that way. They write a general book, a magnum opus, I call it, a book that, and I've got 10 of them. My books, Multiple Streams of Income, the 1 Minute Millionaire, Nothing Down. These are huge books. They've sold millions of copies. I know what it's like to be a #1 New York Times bestseller, but today, game has changed. Don't want you to play the publisher's game. Publishers are stupid. What they do is they make their money on, and we all know what a funnel is, where they make money on the top part of the funnel, where they make, pennies on the selling of a book or pennies on the marketing of an audio program. But where all the money is found is at the bottom of that funnel. And none of the publishers take advantage of that. It's just absolute stupidity. What you need to understand is, as an information marketer, your book is the lead that brings people into an information funnel where you generate $1 million a year from the information that was in this book that you gave away for free. So what I like to teach people how to do is how to take the expertise they have in their brain and how to create a system. It's really, for me, it's an infinity system, because once you have the free lead generation process, then it's just free money for the rest of the time. First, you have to discover what your intellectual property is, and you have something that is unique to you, that could be sold in a narrow niche. In that narrow niche, maybe of 10, 20, 30,000 people, is enough to make you a fortune for the rest of your life. Then you have to create what I call the map. That is, what is your system? What are the steps of your system that you need to explain to somebody in this lead magnet? Your free book, and by the way, I will give you a copy of my latest book. It's called Mind Shifts, the $1 Million Mind Shifts. I'll give you a copy to show you what a lead magnet looks like. It's not 100,000 words like many of the books I just showed you. These are 50, 80, 100,000 words. No, this one is 16,000 words. And it's organized in a perfect way so that it outlines the exact steps a person needs to take in order to achieve financial freedom through the information world. So creating a map is the steps. It's like, what are the steps to take your beginning reader all the way to the end of their success? Your brand has got to be different, because you're going to be competing against hundreds of thousands of other authors out there with their self-published crap. And if yours doesn't stand out, it's gone. And the way you get it to stand out is making sure you know what your Facebook ads are doing. You can test your Facebook ads so you know immediately, split testing between one or the other, which ads works, which ad's going to create some free leads for you. Then your ebook is done. This part is the word part. It's taking the words and making those words, in marketing words, making a person want to learn more from you. This part is the names part. This is the words part. I'm the words guy. I know how to create the words that people love to read and the words that market. But the names part is, how do you generate a name? And if you can't generate a name, you're not a best-selling author. I have, 5 New York Times bestsellers. I know what it's like to get there. It's extremely hard, and it's hard to recreate. What you want is a system that generates these names for you in a database so that you can constantly market to those same people. Nothing I'm saying to you is new or brand new. You've heard a lot of this before, but most people know it, but they just don't do it. So in this program, I want to teach you how to get your book done, your lead magnet book done in such a way that ultimately your book is published in a major way through a major publisher. It's the fastest, simplest, easy way to do that. The names part is how do you broadcast your message? How do you get a person to opt in so you can get that email address? What is your sales sequence? Because there has to be a sequence. And if you don't have the right sequence, you don't do the number 8 is what I call scalability. Scalability is when you times your results by 1,000, where you add zeros to your names. It's where you start doing JVs, where people who are interested in joint venturing with you bring their database to you, and you bring your database to them. And these 8 steps are found in this book that I'll get it to Bill so he can give it to you. It's called $1 Million Mind Shifts. The 8 steps you need to take an idea in your head into a stream of income into your bank account. What I want to just the short time we have here today is just to remind you that if you haven't got your book done yet, what are you waiting for? This COVID disaster has been the perfect time. You've been stuck at home, and rather than watching Netflix while we're coming out of this lockdown, you should be literally writing 200 or 300 words a day. Within the next 90 days, your book is done. It's finished. Then you launch the names part about how do you go online with Facebook, and how do you start giving away this book that you just created. You can make more money giving away a book than you can selling it through a bookstore. Through a bookstore, your royalty might be 10 or 15%. If it's a $20 book, that means it's going to be $2 or $3. If you're only going to sell 5,000 copies through a bookstore at $2 or $3 a pop, that's not going to make you rich. There are just so many mistakes that beginning authors make, so many. And the major mistake is that if you don't have a platform for you to market your own book, even though you're so excited to get it published through a publisher, your book will die. The publisher, all they really do is distribute your book to bookstores. If it doesn't sell in the bookstores send it back to the publisher. The publisher calls you on the phone and asks you if you want to buy your own book at 50 cents on the dollar, which is what the price at the bookstores pay. If you can't afford it, do you know what they do with your book? They remainder it. Do you know what that means? They rip the cover off so that it is impossible to sell it, and they shred it. And I've had some of my books shredded, and it hurts when that happens. I don't want that to happen to you. I want you to create a digital book. You're not even going to print it. You're going to digitize it. It's going to be a book that you give away first, and then ultimately you sell it for in a physical sense, and then ultimately it becomes the funnel. The deepest part, the beginning part is the lead, all the way at the bottom of the funnel.
Hey, Robert, I wanted to jump in here for a second. I always remember you sharing with me a story about one of your books that didn't do very well.
Yes.
And I think it was in St. Louis that you marketed the book primarily, but you knocked it out of the park on the back end. So maybe could you share that story about the book that didn't sell so great, but it made you one of the most amounts of money?
Perfect example of what I'm talking about here. This book, they gave me $500,000 to write this book, Simon & Schuster, in advance before the book was finished. I love the book because it talks about me going to an unemployment line and selecting some people, working with them for 90 days. They made $5,000 in 90 days. This book is one of my best books. And it's a book. I'm happy to give it to you, Bill. You can give it away to these people as well today. This book sold about 60,000 copies. That's still pretty good for a traditional book. But my first two books sold 1 million each. So this sold only 6% of the other two books, which were just killers in terms of sales. But the mistake I made in the first two books is I didn't have a place for them to send me their contact information so I could build a database. I had no database. But with this book, I learned the lesson. And so in 20 places throughout this book, I give away free stuff. For example, the bottom of this page right here, page number 36, it says, The Blue Vase, The Story of a Go-Getter, a fully dramatized, condensed audio version of the book called The Go-Getter. Do you want the audio of this entire book for free? Here, call this number or send a message to this address. In other words, 20 places I gave away good stuff, free stuff, no postage, nothing. And I generated a database of about 30,000 people. From those 30,000 people, we called them, since we had the telephone numbers, and we offered them a week-long training with me. We called it the Wealth Retreat. The Wealth Retreat was $5,000. Of those 30,000 people who sent me their contact information, 5,000 of them enrolled in my Wealth Retreat. Well, what's $5,000 times 5,000 people? $25 million. Serious money. So what I'm trying to teach you about the value of building a database is I learned that in this third book. It was my worst selling book. Even in today, it's my worst selling book of all the books that I've written. But this one has made me millions, tens of millions of dollars. So that's why, this is a book that I give away. What I want you to do is to think differently about a book. There are 12 mistakes that beginning authors make when it comes to writing a book. And these mistakes basically kill you. They steal all the thunder, because all people, when they think about being an author, they think of a traditional book like this. You can no longer think that way. The world has totally changed. You need to be the promoter of your own book, the marketer of your own book, and that will get you eventually a contract with a major publisher who will promote it and distribute it. But you want to be in control of the marketing, because ultimately it falls to you. And when it comes to your business, whatever business you're in the information business. Your product is information. The way you put that together in a lead magnet, where you give that book away, and it has to be a good book. It can't be cheap. It can't be pitchy. It can't be, like you come to my seminar kind of thing. It's got to be pure, good, great content. Because if it's not great content, they feel ripped off. Even though it's free, they feel ripped off. And when you get lots of the free reports that you see online, you see that just total junk. Do not do that. You want a book that people give away to their friends. They say, you got to read this thing, because when it gets legs, when it gets promoted, when it gets word of mouth, your free, small booklet, e-booklet is the ticket for your business. If your business is struggling, this is the fastest way to revive it. If you're having difficulty bringing money in the door, you're sitting on a fortune. You are sitting on a fortune right now. What you already know is worth a fortune. So, Bill, we can talk a lot about that. I
just think that it's really important to people understand that a book is tomorrow's best business card.
Totally.
It really is a door opener that, if it's done right, I've done one major book called The Obvious, and from that book, it's generated millions of dollars by just giving it away for free, whether it's in the DVD format or the printed format. We built massive lists by just giving stuff away for free. What would you tell today the entrepreneur, the business owner that maybe has the thought in mind but doesn't really know what the next steps are? would they learn the next steps by working with you in this new program you've launched? Would that help them get their book together and get it out to the marketplace in the next, I don't know, 6 to 12 months?
Well, a whole lot sooner than that. We want it done in 12 weeks. So 12 weeks from today, you want to hold your book in your hand. 12 weeks from today, not only do you want to hold your book in your hand, you want to be proud of it. So I'm going to be your editor. You're going to show the content to me, because I'm not going to put my promotion, I'm not going to put my forward in your book unless I approve of your book, which means you and I have to work together to make your book work. Then 12 weeks from now, you need to be able to push the button on Facebook. You need to be able to literally say, to give that book away for free and have a lead generation process that's free. In other words, it's like a free lead. If somebody gave you 100,000 free leads today, people who were interested in your product and your subject matter, interested in you as the expert, if you had 100,000 names today, what would you do with it? Well, you would send promotions to those 100,000 people, and only 1 or 2% are ever going to buy anything from you. 98% will not do hardly anything at all. They might share your message with other people, but 1% sets you up for life, because every time you send a message to that database, money flows back to you. So the last time I sent it to my database, $75,000 flowed back to me from a database. It's that powerful. And so what I'm trying to teach you is booking and naming, wording and naming, they have to go together. They go together in this cycle, this infinity cycle. And where you really want to be is the scalability. Scalability is when you times your results by 1,000, by 10,000, by 100,000, by 1,000,000. But you got to get the first cycle done. The first cycle has got to be free. As soon as that's free, then you can scale it. And if it's not free, you can't scale. So what I want to work with you is how you scale your message to scale your business.
So Robert, could you share with me, what does the 12 weeks look like? When I decide, okay, I'm going to apply to be a part of the program, because it is by application only. They've got to go text to Robert Allen. Just text Robert Allen to 26786. Our team will follow up with you. What is the process over 12 weeks that they're going to go through to work with you? And then, of course, when does some of this stuff start?
This stuff starts next week. First of all, you're going to have to learn those 8 steps. Those 8 steps we recorded brilliantly for you to watch. But every week we're with you live. See, this is the difference. I want to be with you live, and I want to have my marketing partner, Nick Coates, who is a genius when it comes to Facebook advertising. He and I working together with you every single week live. We want to know who you are. We want to know your name. We want to take you through the steps of having your map ready, your steps ready, your words right, your Facebook ad right. And then every week you watch us as we coach people live how to take their existing product and how to turn it into scalability. So I'm going to get to know you. You're going to get to know me. I'm going to give you my foreword for your book. Now, guess what that will do for you? When people Google me on Amazon, guess whose books come up? Well, my books come up, but also the books that I've written forewords for come up. And I've had people tell me that they've sold more books because they were Googling my name that showed up with the forewords in other people's books. So it's credibility that you get to put on your website. You can get to say you are partners with and coached by, forwarded by a #1 New York Times bestseller. That's where I want to take you. And I'm working with a handful of people. It's very reasonable. It's not nearly as much as you would think.
Well, I know this package is normally like 10 grand or more. I know you did something really cool for our group that are listening today. So what does the package cost for the 12 weeks?
It's $1,997.
That's unbelievable.
It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. Because at the end of that,
I think I'm going to have to sign up for this class just so I can go write another book.
It is a no-brainer, because you and I will be working together. Now, why are we doing it that inexpensively? This is a brand new program. We are just finishing up our first cycle of this brand new program, and I love it. I am passionate about it. It's something that I've loved to do for the longest times. I very rarely ever have done this, and so at the very beginning, I want to make it so reasonable so I can get some success stories. I need your success story, because in the next iteration, as we get into the third and fourth cycles of this, the price point will be $5,000, $8,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. Right now, I want to make it a no-brainer where you just can't say no, and I guarantee it. You go through this entire 12 weeks and you don't feel like you've learned so much more than you ever thought possible. Refund, easy, simple, fast. I want you to win. That's my promise to you. So, Bill, tell them however you need to tell them to get this done. You're the first group I've ever offered this outside of my own database.
It's on the screen right there, Robert. Can you see it? They just got to text the word Robert Allen.
Robert Allen.
26786. That's it.
Do you have to put the ASP after it?
No, that's all I got to do is text Robert Allen to 26786. We get all their content instantly. Talk about business automation, right?
If you have a book in you, you'll kick yourself if you don't participate in this. There are a lot of people talking about book programs, and they'll sell you big, huge packages to print your book for you, and they won't tell you how to sell it. And so you're stuck with a pallet of books in your garage with no idea how to sell it. That's stupid. If you
Pretty
can't
powerful,
sell
brother. Pretty powerful. Let me tell you, this has been great stuff. Any last words of wisdom you want to share?
This is your legacy. This is your legacy. Make sure it looks like something you're proud of, because there's so much self-published crap out there. Terrible titles, terrible looks on the inside and outside. I will not let you do that. I will not allow it, because I will not put my forward in your book unless it looks good. And the words got to be good. I'm going to read those words. So,
hey, before you leave, I've got a couple of guests I want to introduce you to. Let me see if I can bring them both on. First is a gentleman that does events all over the country. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant trainer on how to win the inner game of life and business. He does the most fabulous, hilarious hypnosis shows in the world, and really my good friend and just a great person to hang out with. Hey, Mark, let me bring you on the stream. I'll introduce you to my good friend, Robert Allen.
Oh, Mark.
You guys
Robert Allen.
Oh,
how are you, my friend?
You guys are already friends. I love it. See?
19.
I remember going to him at Win-Win Realty in Phoenix, Arizona. Hunter has been to my shows. We ran into each other with Joel Bauer. 1995, I would pay you that just to do the forward in the book that I already have. that is unbelievable. I'm sitting there going, I'm going to pull the rest of my hair out, Robert. I cannot believe I'm actually on the same webinar with you. One of my goals and written down goals was to do an event with Robert Allen. You know, I've done over 2,000 real estate deals, and I read your books. I saved $20 a week, sold my car to buy a bike, to pay enough money to go to your seminar. Did you know that? Wow. 8 months I saved for me and my mom to go to your seminar.
Hey, let me see. I've got one more person. I'm not sure if it works this way. I've got another special guest, Robert, I want you to meet. She is an amazing, dynamic media expert that came through our speaker course less than a couple of years ago, spoke on more than 100 stages in the last year alone, helped people get their message out to the world, getting them on TV, radio, media. Let me see if I can bring her on. Hang on. Let me try to do one more. There we go. Look at that. There's Angel Tussey. Say hello to my good friend, Bob Allen. And it's just great for you guys to connect as well. Just doing incredible stuff.
I love it. I love it.
The connector of all time.
Absolutely. And Robert, you are right. In media, the number one way to get media exposure, to get booked on stages, is to be a published author. But having that plan behind you, that is critical to success. So God bless you. Thank you for what you're doing tonight with Powerteam.
You're on 100 stages this last year. That's amazing.
That's the power of Powerteam and Bill Walsh. When you've got Bill behind you, nothing's going to stop you.
True. I only did about all over the world. I didn't do anything here in the United States. I'm jealous of you.
After this craziness is over, we'll get you on some more stage, Robert. It's exciting to work together. We had a good chance to catch up earlier, but I know you've been a fan of Powerteam. You've spoken at Rainmaker. Yes. You've spoken at a bunch of our events, different events we've done around the country. you've had a chance to actually come out to my home in Barrington and
Yes.
actually share some of your wisdom with a lot of our attendees. And that was probably 5-6 years ago.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
I appreciate you as a friend, as a mentor, and someone that's helped a lot of our customers, but someone that just really never stops, never quits, and always gives 100%. So everybody, this is a great offer. You got to apply. There's nowhere to sign up. Just text in. We'll get you on a phone call, see if it's a great fit. Text Robert Allen right now to 26786, and we're going to let you go, Robert. Thanks again.
About it. Any questions you want to ask about how it fit into your schedule and whether you could afford it or not, just text Robert Allen 26786, and we'll answer any questions you got. Thanks,
Bill. I'll let you go. Thanks so much. Keep up the great work. So we got Mark here. We got Angel here. Angel, I'm going to let you go. Bring Mark on. Let him share some words of wisdom, how to have the biggest breakthroughs ever, how to really understand what it takes to become a champion and win every way in life. And I know we got a new project going on together, Mark, a new project to help speakers get messages out throughout the world too. Maybe you can talk about that. We have a new TLC business together. We got a lot of new ventures together. So I'm going to bring Angel back on in about 20 minutes, but I'm going to open the floor for you to share some of your wisdom with all of our great listeners from around the country. Thanks so much, Angel. I'll just be in the holding room. We'll bring you right back into the stream. Mark, I'll turn over to you, buddy. Go ahead and do your thing, buddy.
And just to be able to be on with Robert is so amazing. 1995. That is I'm blown away by. I'm thinking he's going to say
no accidents, brother. No accidents.
Holy cow!
All right, it's all yours.
I'm going to call you the Powerteam. I'm feeling all. No, thanks for letting me share the screen with them. And being part of your team and what you've taught me just gets to the next level. Just about how to serve people, how to get to the next level. Because there's only one thing stopping people from becoming more successful. It's not their education. It's not their commitment. Not the motivation, the desire, how old they are, how young they are, where they live, their relationships. It's not their intention. It's not their basic. None of that. It's the programs on their subconscious mind that is dictating where they are today. Why do people procrastinate? What they have fear? Because they want to. They actually decided to attend the course, have an opportunity like this, like you're giving them right now. They have an opportunity, and some will ponder and go, what if it's a good deal? What if I should? And they think, how much does it cost? Stop thinking how much it costs. How much is going to get by doing this? How much does it cost you by not doing it? That's the investor mind versus the consumer mind. This is the time when it's time to thrive, And you think about, why would somebody pay for a course, spend the time, learn something, and get out of the course, not surround themselves with the right people, only to procrastinate? It makes no logical sense. Why do people do things in life that they don't want to do, getting a result that they know they don't want, and they do it anyway? Even focus on things they don't want to feel a certain way, and they focus on it. I literally just saw some people over here today, and they're like, I don't like the way I feel. What are you focused on? And then you start hearing all the things. What do you want? Well, I know what I don't want. You know what? Your mind is designed to give you exactly what you focus on. Like or not, that's mental. You've got your conscious mind that is the part that is the imagination. What do you want? What do you want? How many of you ever had a desire, a dream, a goal, and gut feeling that you wanted something? And you head down that path and you feel like, bam, you hit a wall. Only to be interrupted by what? Not something else, not something else. An excuse that your subconscious mind is programmed through in there. What's amazing to me is what we're going through right now is that really setting you up for a greater future, or you're going to focus on your past, but your past to the future. The only reason why people procrastinate or have fear is they let their subconscious program talk them out of taking action this way. The way to break that, the pattern of restriction. I come across people all the time where, how do I actually implement the things that are in my mind already? Because so many people already know what to do. They know why they want something, and yet they keep interrupting. You have to look at it this way. Your mind, your brain is not designed to be successful. It's only designed for you to survive. So whenever there comes up something that you want to do, based on the program that you have, what does money mean? Oh my God, if I make more money, game, you know? Am I going to, people are going to think that I'm cocky, that I'm not this, I'm going to lose my friends. If that's your focus, that little bit of focus will set up a program in your mind for you not to take action. And it will find reasons and excuses why you go, I got busy. I just got busy. You don't have time to be busy. You have time to celebrate and to be productive. And that's what you want to do, is condition your mind for that. And you want to make sure that no matter what it is, when you wake up in the morning, what are you doing with your body? How do you interrupt the pattern that stops you from moving forward? You wake up and you know that what you want to do and you get to do is way more powerful than what you have to do. I have a lot of very, very successful players. I surround myself with the right coaches and mentors. Surround yourself with the right coaches and mentors. Lift up what you want to do in your life. It allows you to become more successful what you're trying to attract in your life. If you are influenced by the television programs on television, and they're bringing you down so you can feel better about yourself, you need better mentors. You need better coaches.
Hey, Mark.
Interrupt the pattern.
Hey, Mark, you sound a bit glitchy for some reason, so I'm not sure if you're maybe just trying to speak too loud or too fast. Maybe try to slow down because it's very choppy.
Is it choppy? I noticed that with Alan.
I can hear you now. Perfect.
Okay, I noticed.
Because you're perfect right now. So just try to speak just like that, and I'm going to come back on if it's not, because when we're down together, it seems good. So let me just try without me on the stream. Hang on a second. Go ahead.
Even when you were with Alan, it seemed when Alan was only on the stream, Robert Allen, it was choppy on my end, and when you got on together, it was a lot better.
No, you sound good right now. You sound good right now. Just keep rolling just like that.
You got it, brother.
I can hear you just fine, just right there.
You got it. I appreciate it so much. So how do you get to where you create this successful mindset, the millionaire mindset, that you wake up in the morning and you're responding and reacting to what you consciously want? Is it choppy when I'm going into it?
Fine. I'll just stay on the stream. You're doing fine. Just keep going.
It's great to have a coach and a mentor to look at too, Bill. So I appreciate you so much.
Go ahead. You're on a run, baby. Go ahead and get it.
There you go. So how do you create this new pattern, this new identity in your subconscious mind? Is when you wake up in the morning, is the first thing you do, is it energetic after you brush your teeth and use the facilities and things like that? Are you focused on what you get to do and how can you serve people? The one thing is, I noticed that what I learned about how to program your mind is something I learned at your event, Bill, which is Rainmaker. We have a lot of rabbits running around our house. It's just the way it is. When we come out and we try to chase the rabbits, they run away from us. The way to get rabbits to come to you is the same principle as you get when you're creating wealth. The way is you feed them. You constantly give them things that are going to get them to the next level. So what we do is we empower them. How many people can I serve? How many rabbits do I need to serve to attract them into my yard? And what I've learned is, what do we have to do to attract as many customers as we can? By that, we interrupt the pattern of what we can't do. See, our mind is designed for us not to succeed, but to see what's wrong. So if that's what our mind is designed, we have to reprogram that like the hard drive on a computer. One is when you wake up, put yourself in that high energy, celebrate your body. Get yourself in that peak state where you're excited about when you wake up in the morning, to be productive and not busy. Who are your coaches and how do you mentor and mirror them coaches? See, what you focus on is what you're going to get. If you focus on what do I have to do today instead of how many people I have to serve, you're going to be very busy and you're not going to get the outcome that you want. What you want to do is really realize that every program in your subconscious mind is going to gear you towards what are you looking to accomplish? What is your relationships? What are your strategies? What do things mean to you? What is your focus? Since I've taken the Rainmaker, my whole focus is when I wake up, what do I get to do in the morning to serve as many people as I possibly can? How many people do I need to coach to serve them to attract the money that I want to attract in my life? Just getting involved with you and helping people lose some of the weight they have with the tea. I wake up in the morning, I drink my tea, I feel energetic, I feel good, and I'm serving people. I get to spread that message around. That's what this is about how do you spread your message of what you have to offer people. What are you paying attention to? How do you spend your time? What are you learning about? What do you surround yourself with, And that's what this whole thing is about, is creating the energy so you can serve so many people. Interrupt the pattern. People are getting excited and they get all motivated and they feel like they hit a wall. And the wall is, well, I've tried this before, so I wonder why it would work today. That's a pattern of restriction. Pattern of restriction is you develop a belief that what you want isn't possible for you. See, if you take out the whole word that you can't do something and you only found a way to do it based on serving other people, you'll do more for other people than yourself. The challenge is people focus on, well, what's in it for me and what am I not doing? Get away from yourself and surround yourself with the right community, the common unity of other people, and you'll be more successful. Financially, you'll be more fulfilled. You'll be happier. You'll be able to communicate with more people and build yourself up with the people that you want to build up so you get to the next level. And that's what I really loved about the whole Rainmaker thing. Total transformation is about serving others, not how much money you can make. It's about serving others and what can you give to them. There's so many people out there that are frustrated because they're working hard. Don't work hard, work smart. Learn some of the things and techniques and strategies that you need and know what your patterns are. The one thing is when you want to be successful, you got to find out what's the right leverage you want. And I'll do events all the time. And what I hear is, well, I want to be successful. Why do you want to be more successful? To create more time for my family, to get rid of stress, to be able to live a better lifestyle. And I'll ask them, have you tried this before? Yes. Why do you still procrastinate? I don't know. Have you tried for your family? Yes. And what they do is they have tried for the family. The challenge is you can fail and your family will still love you. And when you realize that, you ask somebody, if I give you $100,000 to increase your income by 10% over 90 days, would you figure out a way to do it? And most everybody says, absolutely. Well, why did they say it so fast? Because they didn't think about what they had to do. They focused on the result and what the result would give them. And at that point, you have the right leverage on somebody. Even though they said they've tried for their family. They know that their family will still love them unconditionally, so it's okay to fail. You won't fail somebody else if you knew that there was a massive pain involved when you didn't follow through. So in 90 days, if you don't increase your income by 10%, imagine taking and go being homeless with your family for 10 days. So you would never do that as a parent, as somebody that you love. So what you do is you condition your mind to set a new program that says, I'm moving forward no matter what. Nothing's going to stop me. You're not focused on you. You're focused on serving somebody else. Regardless of how much that is, whether it's a small amount or large amount, what you want to do is condition yourself to have a new program. Once you set the new program at the end of 90 days, now you've interrupted the pattern of procrastination and fear. So what you're doing is you're moving towards your goal. And if you can do 10% in 90 days, what is that over a year? And now you're surrounding yourself with the right coaches, mentors, people who have done it before. You're mirror matching. You're finding out reasons how to succeed. And you're getting rid of the people out of your life that don't belong there. Too many times in life, you lower your standards and your expectations so others won't judge you. It's not your limitations. It's the limitations of what they believe they can do. Not your limitations. If you buy into other people's limitations, you know what? You'll fall in that same category. However, when you surround yourself with people that will inspire you and you get the right community behind you, at that point, you'll raise your standards and your expectations. If they need to be fall behind, let your friends be your friends, but not your influence. If you're watching television programs that are programming you, then you're programming you with things that are holding you back and allowing you to be influenced so you don't move forward. Imagine surrounding yourself with successful people that all they do is inspire you to do better. How are you going to feel? Lift your friends up. You've got to get rid of some of the friends out of your life so you can make room for the ones trying to come in. The opportunity has always been there for you, but you're not able to see it because you have so much clutter behind you. Get rid of the clutter. You'll absolutely find yourself in the next level. You'll get to the next level. It's so easy. This is the time to thrive right now. This is the opportunity, what we're going through. There are more people able to listen to your programs. There are more people that want to get involved with you. Now's the time to spread your message, to share it with people. Why we're in this situation. This isn't the problem. This is the gift, the solution. Not that we've got to pay attention and be healthy about it and smart about it. And at the same time, this is the opportunity for us to thrive. We have never been in a better situation to know what's going to happen in the future. We know stocks are going to go up. We know real estate's going to go up in value, where it's going to come down to go back up. Why not take advantage of the future today? Set yourself up to succeed now so you don't have to go later in the future and go, uh-oh, the COVID hurt me. The COVID didn't hurt you. It's your mindset and the programs. Now's the time for you to step up and get yourself in a situation where you can thrive. Surround yourself with the right mentors and coaches that are going to help you get to the next level. Writing a book and having Robert Allen give you the forward, that's not worth $2,000. That's priceless. For you not to do that, you got to say, I would sell everything I have to get that opportunity. This is an opportunity for you to thrive and grow. What Powerteam has put together is an opportunity for you to be part of a team that says nothing can stop them. The moment that they stopped doing live events was the next moment they created live events on virtual, so we can make this happen. So you can impact the world, even more people. This is the gift. When we go back to live events, there's a limited amount of people that will be in live events. Not today. Now there's unlimited amount of people that could watch us on Zoom, on StreamYard, on Facebook Live. This is the opportunity to say, how do you do it? To figure out what will work now. What used to work in the past, it doesn't work as well. Now it can work even better, stronger, faster, and this is your time to thrive. The question is, are you going to surround yourself with the right people? Are you going to keep the same old mindset that held you back? The choice is yours. The destination is based on what you're going to do. You got to use your imagination to see what you can do, and you let your imagination become your destination and not hold you back. This is an opportunity for you to thrive like you have never thrived before. The Powerteam has put something together that will absolutely influence your life to get to the next level. It's such an honor to be here. I'm so overwhelmed and excited. It's like, oh my God. Listen to Robert, listen to the people on there. This is like the opportunity. What you're giving people is an opportunity. Whether they take it or not is up to them. That's their choice. I absolutely love being part of this. It's an honor. I've known you for so long, Bill, and being able to work with you and going as one of your predators underneath your wing, I get to be one of your mentors underneath your wing where you get to mentor me. This has been a life-changing event for me. I have grown so much in my business because of you. This is something that you share. When you get excited about this, this is what you share. This is the opportunity. Let your imagination become your destination. That's your destination, good or bad. See, that's your choice. Because in life, all this life is an imagination. What you believe in your imagination is going to become real for you. If you're in charge of your imagination, then choose what you want to imagine. Because when you choose it, you believe it. When you believe it, it becomes real. It gives you the results, and the results create the condition on your mind, your subconscious, to repeat the pattern. So if you're in charge of this so-called imagination of your own mind, and you are, and you don't allow negative outside influence and only positive influence to come in, your imagination becomes a new pattern on your brain, and that's what gets you the results. Why is it that when people that are highly successful lose everything, nothing stops them? They figure out the solution to become more successful. And the solution is generally going to get them to the next level, just like you've created here with Powerteam. It didn't slow you down. It gave you the fuel necessary to actually be in touch with more people than you ever were before, getting on more stages and helping people launch their business, their company, their personal growth to the next level. Having people on your team is amazing. Being part of the team, the Powerteam, is a gift that you can only hope to have in your lifetime. And this is what you've provided with people, Bill. It's an honor here. I love it. I'm so grateful to be on here. You have no idea.
I got a quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
if someone was to take the coaching session with you tonight, what are a few things they'd walk away with after that 20-minute session with you?
Number one is they're going to have a strategy of what has created them to procrastinate and have fear. What's that story that they used to tell themselves, and creating a new empowering story and what things mean to them from the past. What that does is that gives them a new direction. So it doesn't hold them back. They empowers them to see, aha, this is the weeds that we're in the garden we're pulling out so our plants can grow. It's the right story, that seeds that gives us the multiple fruit that lets us grow.
Well, I think today people need all the seeds they can get. There's so many things that are happening these days. But I love you, brother, and I want to thank you for plugging in. Always great to have you on the Success Summit. We're going to have you on the Bill Walsh live show pretty soon here, too. Just keep up the great work, and look forward to us changing the world and helping more people every day. So you did great as always. You always over-deliver. So I appreciate you. I'll let you run, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you so much, Bill. Appreciate you very, very much.
Thank you. See you soon. Bye-bye now. Well, I don't know about you guys, but whatever he's drinking, I'll take two. How do you guys like his energy? Was his energy good? If it is, put a little one down there. There's no doubt that he doesn't deliver, he over-delivers. And he does it consistently. So if you need someone to work with to really boost your mental immune system and really lock into where you're going and be a part with someone that has the biggest heart, and his wife, Yolanda's amazing as well. I mean, they have a cooking channel now. They're doing Chef Week every week, and they're helping a lot of people, and it's great to be around that energy. Our next speaker is someone I had a chance to know for the last few years, and she's just a dynamic individual leader, really someone that inspires and motivates. But her key thing is this: she comes all from the heart. She's 100% heart, and if you've ever had a chance to work with her, you know what I'm talking about. Her and her husband, Jay, are just two of the most amazing people on the planet you'll ever get a chance to meet and work with. They're also founding partners of ours in our ISC centers, and also travel and go on our national tour. But tonight she's going to talk to you about how to get some PR and get some magic around your story, how to get on radio and television. And then, of course, once again, her session, she charges $400 to $500 for a session. You get one tonight, no charge for up to 20 minutes. I would take advantage of it, of course. But let me bring on Angel Tussie. She's on the line here. Let's bring her in. Let's see if I can get her on the line here. Angel, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic, Bill. How are you?
I'm awesome. I'm in Chicago, heading back out to the West Coast tomorrow. But thanks for being on with us tonight. And if you wouldn't mind, just share some of your brilliance, do what you do, and we're just honored to have you on the stream.
Oh my gosh, Bill, I am so honored. Thank you so much for inviting me, and thanks for the introduction to Robert Allen. I've seen him speak. I've been at events where he has spoken at. Actually, the last event,
now you've shared the stage with him.
Now I've shared the stage with him. I get to say, thanks to Powerteam, thanks to Bill Walsh, I've shared the stage with all these incredible mentors, all these incredible influencers. Thanks to Powerteam. When he found me, I was a radio show host in Denver, Colorado, sitting in a windowless cubicle, broadcasting. I was doing 2 hours of a business talk show, and in a commercial break, we switched over and did a second 2-hour Christian lifestyle show. And I met Bill, and he said, your story's too big to play small. And I went through his Powerteam Platinum Speaker Camp. I'm a Rainmaker graduate. I'm a founder with a Powerteam, and it has been a game changer, not just for me, but I just watched this man change lives. Change lives. You know, you've got a story that needs to get out there. I'm fortunate that I can help you get booked on stages, or booked on radio, television, magazines, podcasts, leverage the power of press releases and traditional media. But if you want to speak on bigger stages, Powerteam is the way to make that happen. He's going to put a microphone in your hand, and he's going to give you a stage to put it on. Nobody else is putting on 300 events a year, even more. He is putting on even more events now that we've been in social distancing, now that we can't get together in public and, you know, at conferences and expos. He has put together more opportunities to get your message out and to speak on stages. And so I'm super honored to be here. If you've been listening, you know he brings on some powerhouse speakers, and they deliver. Every one of his speakers is trained up to deliver. And so I would be honored if you book a coaching session with me. I'm going to teach you the power of media, how to get your story on radio, television, magazines, podcasts. And of course, I'm going to give you some tips here today just for being part of the Powerteam call and being on this platform. Like I said, I was a radio talk show host for 10 years out of Denver, Colorado, 4 hours of broadcasting every single day. And what I developed during those 10 years of being on radio was to help my advertisers to get more return on investment. And as small business owners, radio advertising is so expensive, right? It can be overwhelming. It can eat up your marketing budget if you don't have the systems in place to leverage that type of PR. So as a small business owner, I'm going to teach you how you can still get booked on radio and television, but not as a paid advertiser, as an invited guest. Because journalists are looking for guests every single day. They need fresh new content. They need stories. And right now, more than ever, the demand for fresh new content and the demand for fresh new stories is higher than ever. They want your story, and you have one. You have stories, you have fresh events, you have current events, you have newsworthy content that is not yet being shared. And there's so much and there's so much interest for having you on their shows. You just don't even know it. And I can't emphasize enough how much opportunity. Over 90,000 radio stations are looking for guests every day. Over 100,000 magazines, over 100,000 radio stations, and over 1 million podcasters are looking for fresh new content, and they are looking for guests. So how do you get booked? How do you rise above and get one of those exclusive coveted spots, being invited as an interviewee and being able to have those logos behind you as featured on? Right? There's a reason why you see the as featured on, you see those promotional logos. And I know right now, right? Who do I want to be featured on? Who do I want to interview me? What show, what platform do I want to be interviewed on? That's the magic. It's already inside of you, and they are waiting. They are waiting for you. And I get the privilege of helping you to navigate through those waters. But the very first thing, number one, the very first thing you need to do is to position yourself as that expert. So think about this. What do you do in your sleep that is keeping people up at night? What is it that people want to pick your brain about that without any preparation, you could speak on for 30 minutes because you're so passionate about it? You've been speaking about it. You're educated on it. You walk the walk and walk the talk. This is your leverage of expertise that we could pitch you to the media. But how do we know if that is something the media even want to talk about? I'm going to give you a little Google hack on how you can check out and see if your story is media worthy. If you were to position yourself as that content expert and say, I can speak on nutrition, I can speak on wealth building, I can speak on parenting. What is your area of expertise, your topic of expertise? And we can go to Google and we can type in your topic into Google. And there's a little sub search bar in Google. And you've probably used it before, right? Photos, images, shopping, videos. There's this nice little Google search bar, this little sub bar. There's also one that says news. When you put your topic into the Google search bar and you filter it out by show me the news, show me what news outlets are covering this topic, it's going to give you an instant database of media outlets, of journalists who are covering your topic, which means there's a conversation going on, which means there's room to have your voice infused into that conversation. And I know, like, when I speak at conferences, this is one of those things. Everybody's pulling out their phones and like, okay, is there a topic? Is there a news outlet for this? Now, there's some nuances to this, right? We have to take off our sales hat and put on our publicity hat because they're not looking for infomercials. You can't go on and sell your product and sell your service if you're going to be on as an invited guest. We're looking for content experts. We're looking for value. We're looking for education. We're looking for top tips. And so as you develop yourself, and this is one of the things we do in Media Mastery, I do a Media Mastery boot camp 3 times a year where we go for 3 days and we help find that positioning title. And we do the market research on what are the news outlets that are covering that topic? Where can we feature you? What platform. I would call it OPP, other people's platforms. Where can we have you featured? When you're featured on somebody else's platform, right? You're elevated in your brand. You differentiate from the competition, and you build that trust factor. And people do business with people they know, like, and trust. So when you elevate your brand, you differentiate from the competition, you get that hype and that buzz of being featured on somebody else's platform. Somebody else is promoting you. You have that trust of their audience because they've brought you in to speak to their audience. You didn't have to build that audience, right? But you get more people to say, I've heard of you, and you attract more leads into your sales funnel. Media is the number one way. If you want to impact and make a bigger impact, media is absolutely the number one way to do that. Of course, positioning yourself as that content expert is the number one thing. And we work diligently to find that number one topic. But think about that. What do people always want to pick your brain on? What is that thing that you are the guide in somebody else's jungle? Because you do this in your sleep all the time, and it's what's keeping your leads up at night. And I would love if you typed in the topics, right? Typed in the comments. I'll go back and look at them, right? What are you an expert at? What is your topic of expertise? And how can we pitch that to the media? There's always an angle. Second piece, right? Robert Allen talked about it. Publishing a book, being a published author is the number one way to get booked on stages. So if you are an expert at it, in fact, you wrote the book on it, and being a published author is critical, right? It's a super easy way to get invited to speak on other people's stages and on other people's platforms. Plus, you establish yourself as an authority in the space. The third piece, right? So number one is position as that content expert. Of course, we cover that in our Media Mastery Bootcamp. We'll cover that in a media coach. If you type in and you get on a coaching call with me, I'm going to help you identify and find that really juicy topic, right? That is media worthy, that's going to attract stages and attract journalists. The second piece is to become a published author. We teach a 90-day system on how to become a published author in 90 days. We have a proprietary, your food book, right? It's the book that puts food on the table to help you to become a published author so that you can get the media exposure. But the third piece, and this is where the rubber meets the road, right? Like, you can have faith and you can, be positioned as that expert. You can have that book. But if you aren't pitching, the third P is pitch, position, publish, and pitch. The third P is pitch. If you are not pitching, if you are not getting your pitch in front of journalists, they don't know you exist. So the number one way to pitch your pitch in front of a journalist is with a press release. Press releases are the language of media. It puts you on media platforms. It tells your story to journalists in a way that they're used to receiving media. Right? You can be featured on a media outlet. You can be interviewed by a journalist. Your story can be put on all those coveted logos, right? The ABC, NBC, CBS logos, be featured on, and your story can get picked up. It creates Google food, right? Search engine optimization. It elevates your brand. It stops the scroll. When people are scrolling through the media, through the social media, and they see your press release with that big giant traditional media logo, they're still coveted, right? You're going to stop the scroll, and you can leverage that press release to tell your story, to get your story out into the marketplace in front of journalists and on media platforms. Couple tips on putting out a press release, right? It has to be current events, right? Extra, read all about it. Powerteam is hosting this event. Your company is doing what? And you're doing something every day, but you're not creating publicity around it, right? There are things that you've done during this pandemic that you haven't created publicity around it. And they are looking for stories. And if it's not you, it's going to be somebody else. So look at your calendar. Look at your to-do list. What have you done recently? What have you done in the last 2 weeks? Or what are you getting ready to do? Create a current event. Create a story that's extra. Read all about it and put it in a press release. A site I like to recommend is pr.com. You can register for a free account and get your story posted out or get your account set up on pr.com. If you've never done a press release, they baby step you through it. They baby step you through the process. We, of course, baby step you through the process here at Media Mastery, helping you to get those press releases out. And I know how valuable press releases are. So we put out a template to help you put out a press release a month, PRAM, press release a month, so that you're leveraging the power of media. You're getting your story out. You're creating Google food. You're connecting with journalists. You're putting your story in front of the media, and you're using it to attract leads back into your sales funnel. It's 350 to 500 words. So it's not your entire story, right? It's not everything you know, but at least quarterly, you should be putting out a press release. If you're not being the PR business, if you're not doing PR for your company, right, you become that best kept secret. And that is the last thing that your business needs. Right? You need to elevate, you need to scale up because your story is too big to play small. That's a Billism right there. He is always telling you that your story is too big to play small. If you're out there making a difference and making an impact, there should be PR and publicity surrounding your story. And a press release is the way to create that. So position yourself as that content expert. I'm the expert on. Publish your food book, right? In fact, I wrote the book on it. So I'm an expert in this. In fact, I wrote the book on it. And now we're putting out a press release every single month, every time we do something new. And one way media is like the easiest thing to put off, right? Oh, in fact, I had somebody just reach out to me and Angel, I was in a movie. I spoke on this stage and I've got she's got this nice long list, but she's not leveraging PR for that. She's not creating out any press releases. And so there's a lot of opportunity. And then on the flip side, just tonight, we celebrated one of my clients. She was awarded with one of the most competitive, prestigious awards called the Communicator Award. Over 6,000 applicants applied for this award. And she, as an executive producer of her own streaming TV show, was awarded this. But when you look at her PR, when you look at her publicity and you Google her, not only does her own platforms come up, right? And this is what happens, your platforms come up. This is your website. This is your social media sites. This is you, this is you, this is you. But what you really want to create is this tsunami, right? This wave of here's ABC, here's NBC, here's this media platform, here's this magazine publication, here's where she spoke, here's where she is. And just seeing that all of these other platforms feature you and your brand, do you want to attract more perfect employees, right? Tell your story. You want to attract even better vendors, have your story out on media. And of course, if you want to attract and not chase customers, but attract customers, when they go to look you up, is this somebody legitimate? Should I do business with this person? You want them to see your story, your story, your story. Become so binge worthy, right? When we look you up, we can read all about you. Your story is like little pieces of popcorn. It's like breadcrumb marketing, and that breadcrumb trail leads right back to you. So I'm Angel Tussey. I am your media exposure specialist. I'm going to teach you how to leverage the power of radio interviews and press releases to get booked on TV, radio, podcasts, and magazines. I am a Rainmaker graduate. I am a Platinum Speaker graduate, and I am a founder of Powerteam, and I'm so honored to be here tonight.
You are awesome. We love you. Always great tips. I always write down new stuff. I'm going to have you do my press release a month starting this month. I do them 3 or 4 times a year, but let's do them every month. There's always new news. We always have something going on. It's exciting, always exciting to have you on, and thanks for sharing all the nuggets. I put your information up there. Do you have a text they can opt into? I know you have a text opt-in.
What's
do. Text opt-in?
Of course, 26786. Text the word Angel to 26786.
There you go.
You'll get a complimentary media guide, 12 attention-grabbing headlines you can use for pitching to the media. It's a game changer.
So don't wait. Opt in right now. I appreciate you. Keep up the great work. I'll see you in Vegas pretty soon, and just keep knocking out of the park. Tell Jay I said hello, and we got the suite ready for you in Vegas. It'll be great to see you.
We'll see you next week.
You got it. Sounds good. Talk to you soon. Thanks for plugging in today. You rock. Well, listen, everybody, I hope this has been great for you. We got one more special guest tonight that's going to talk to you about outsourcing, how to get out of your own way. Please write that down. How to get out of your own way, how to delegate things that are called $10 an hour power, $20 an hour power, things that will not help you get to where you know you're supposed to be. The minimum wage for a millionaire in today's economy is a little over $524 an hour. My next guest is going to talk to you about how to delegate and outsource to buy back your time, buy back your life, increase your income, make yourself probably 50 times more effective in whatever business you're in. He is a really amazing individual. He's a platinum grad. He's also a Rainmaker grad. He also speaks on national tour with us. And I've actually teamed up with him as company. We've used this service. I use this service now. I have a full-time team member from his group just help me doing research, because I do believe right now is the greatest time to expand your brand, expand your business, and get your store out to the marketplace. So let me bring on all the way, I think from South Florida tonight or San Francisco. He travels so much. Dan Meyer, how are you, brother? You got to take your thing off mute, that's all. Just unmute yourself real quick.
There we go. How's that?
If you miss your information, you've got a full 20-minute segment. I'll close it out at the end. But I'd love for you to come on and talk about how important it is that every business owner in the country should all have a virtual admin, should all begin to utilize it. And I'd like you to talk about some of the things they can use the admin for to help them buy back their life, increase their brand, increase their sales, and, of course, take more vacations. So with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thanks a lot, Bill. It's a pleasure to be here, as always. It's really cool being the last speaker of the day because I get to listen to everybody else first. And I see so many opportunities where people are creating in their business and they're growing and they're thinking about what they're going to do to scale. And each one of those ideas, I think, is something they probably eventually need to outsource or delegate because they don't want to get stuck in Busyville doing too much of it themselves because they want to keep the growing. They want to keep being at the front of their business and not on the back end of it doing paperwork and doing, administrative stuff that slows you down. So I think, really the cool thing about virtual staffing is when you outsource to somebody who's not physically in your location. It gives you so many things that are great benefits, like flexibility, the ability to have work being done 24/7. You can definitely save on cost. I'll talk about some of those things in a few minutes, but what I really want to start with is talking about how I did it for myself. I spent 15 years working in corporate America. I worked for Wells Fargo. I was an analyst. I did the corporate thing, and I decided to leave and set up my own business about 10 years ago. And when I set up my own business, it became pretty obvious to me very early on that I needed to hire people to help me grow my business. But I set up my business actually overseas in the Philippines, and I was doing training and consulting there in the call center industry. And I started realizing that it's so hard to get around Manila because of traffic that I should have my employees work from home. And it would save money. I wouldn't need to have such a big office space. And before I knew it, I went from having a couple people to having a half dozen people. And we were really successful in growing my business, growing the brand, doing all the things that you need to do to scale a business from being one person to being a small business. And as I started doing that, then I got asked by a friend of a friend to help him do the same thing. And before I knew it, I'd been doing this for about a year, and I had 100 employees, all virtual, home-based, working for clients in different countries. And the cool thing about it was that because we had the flexibility of being virtual, we were able to do things that would be really a challenge if you had everybody in a physical location. And this is really cool because, that was 10 years ago. And here we are now where everyone's trying to figure out how to really scale their business, how to keep growing or even launch a new business, predominantly doing things online. So the idea of what I've learned and what I've worked with my clients and what my clients are doing now, I think is really relevant to these times for people trying to figure out how to grow their business. And really the first thing that I want to talk about is what I call, it's one of the first of the 3 C's I'm going to mention to you, and it's consistency. This is something that, Bill talks about a lot. If you ever heard Bill speak, he talks about how important you have to be consistent in what you do to be successful. You have to provide consistent service, to your clients so that they depend on you. They become something, you become something to them that is super important. And for me, consistency is really a challenge when you're a small business, when you're an entrepreneur. This is one of the biggest challenges I had when I first launched my business, was that consistency is not just in what you deliver, but how you do everything in your business. I'll give you a great example. If you're doing your own social media, if you're a solopreneur or doing a sideline or just launching your business, or even if you've got a business that's you've been doing for a while and you're the primary person doing your own social media, it's hard to be consistent. If you think about this, I mean, for me at least, and for most of the people that I work with, they don't have a consistent time on a regular basis that they can devote to social media. They do it when they can. They do it when they're free. They do it whenever something comes to mind. And that's really the wrong way to go. When it comes to things like social media or any kind of marketing, you want to build consistency. People start depending on you for certain things. They become used to seeing you do certain things at a certain time. So for example, if you're doing a bunch of videos and you want to launch a new video every week to talk about how to use technology in your field or industry, and you want to do that every Tuesday, you should do that consistently. Every Tuesday at 10 o'clock, that video should go out. And someone should be doing some engagement around that video, right? As everyone likes or shares, thank them, engage with them. That's really hard to do if you're working on everything else in your business. If you're doing your own business development, your own sales, you're doing anything else in the back office, you cannot consistently manage your social media. This is where having a virtual assistant really comes in handy. One of their primary job functions, if not their biggest job function, can be managing your social media. I'll tell you, I don't manage my own LinkedIn. I look at my LinkedIn account a couple days a week, but every day things are being posted on my LinkedIn account. Every day people are being engaged in my LinkedIn, sending out birthday reminders, anniversary, reminders, greeting new people, inviting people to events. It's all happening without me having to do it myself because I have a VA doing it and she's consistent at it. I also don't do my own marketing. If you look at my YouTube videos, you look at any of the pieces that I've been doing, my marketing team does that for me. All I do is record the video. And I have a little bit of creative, control of the content, but the production of it happens with my virtual staff. The person doing the graphic design work is one place. The person taking the graphic design and my raw content and making the videos and publishing the videos and engaging with the videos is a different person. And it's all happening while I can focus on other things. This is one of the coolest things about the first C, the consistency part, is that I get things done every day. It's consistent. I go to bed at night and things are getting done while I'm sleeping. I wake up in the morning and things have already gotten done. There is nothing better than when you wake up in the morning, you've got a head start on the day because your team knocked some stuff out while you were sleeping. That's awesome. That's the first of the 3 C's. The second C is clarity. Having a virtual assistant or building your business virtual staff allows you to be more clear in what you're doing, right? You want to have a consistent voice. People, again, get used to you if you're doing things, not just consistently, but clear. The clarity has to be there. What is your images? What are your color palettes you're using? What kind of photos are you using? How long are your videos? All these things will be part of not only consistency, but clarity, because people will, again, get a clear message. You have to really break down what you're doing and make it simple. You want to make things short. You want to make things really powerful. Being clear with your message is super important. And again, this is hard to do when we're always doing 1,000 things. One of the things that Bill talks about in a lot of his talks is how entrepreneurs and business owners get stuck in busyville, right? We're so busy doing things that we really can't grow our business, that we get so, so crazy trying to do this and this and this and all these things that we're trying to take care of in our business make us rush, make us not have the time to really think about what we're doing. We lose our clarity. Having a virtual assistant that can help you manage your business as far as your messaging is a big part of success, and clarity comes from that. If you think about what you're doing as far as what you're writing if you're blogging, or if you're writing a book, or if you're doing a video, or if you're doing a series of videos, whatever you're doing, you want that message to continue to be clear, right? And having somebody that can help you with that is a big plus. Another thing that's important, this is a third of the 3 C's I will talk about, is certainty, right? You know things are going to get done. If you have a really good virtual assistant, if somebody that's your right hand, basically, and I have several, I'm lucky, I've got several people that I can count on. But my most important person in my business, she's been with me for almost 8 years now. And I'm certain that when I delegate something to her, she gets it done. In fact, the cool thing about my team is most of my core team has been with me since I first launched the business back in 2013, because I treat them like people. They're employees who get health benefits, they get vacation pay. They're treated by the clients that I bring in as part of their team. These are things that build certainty. And when you have certainty in your employees, that allows you to be certain with what you're going to deliver. It feeds into the clarity and consistency I mentioned before, right? So when it comes to certainty, you really want to make sure that you have people that you can depend on, which is why I've been so successful, because I've got people in my business I can depend on because I've been working with them for a long time, and they're really good at what they do. And this certainty should translate into everything that you do. So when you delegate something, it should get done. This is one of the biggest challenges with virtual staffing. A lot of you may have tried it. You may have had a VA, you may have gone on Fiverr, maybe you went to Upwork, you went to some internet site and you hired a VA and it just didn't work out. If you do something like that, if you go to a freelance virtual assistant, you got a 50-50 chance of it working at best. There's other virtual assistant services out there that are cheaper, or they promise more, or they sound great, but they're probably not going to consistently give you clarity and certainty because they don't have what I have, which is the secret sauce I mentioned to you before. My team's with me a long time. I'll give you another part of my success is because the people that I hire, my network of people that I bring into the business to help work with people like you, pretty much all of them are stay-at-home working moms. So they used to be call center agents. If you don't know much about the Philippines, the call center industry in the Philippines is huge. And it's over 1 million Filipinos work in call centers. If you call 1-800-whatever, you have a better than 50-50 chance of getting the call center in the Philippines. Long story short, they speak American-style English. They used to be American business practices because it used to be an American colony. There's a very heavy influence, American influence, in the Philippines. So most of my team, not all of my team, but most of my team are stay-at-home moms who left a call center job, who know how to speak really good English, who know how to work in an American business, but wanted to be able to raise their children so they work from home. This is what I built my business on, are these people. I also have people here in the US. I have a team that's actually really international. So, there's different things that will mix and match based on what you need. But if you need certainty, if you haven't found that in virtual staffing, and if you're not able to build that into certainty for your clients, that's a big challenge. So that's what I help people do. I help you figure out what we can do to give you more consistency. Right? We take away the things that you're not able to do consistently, and we do them for you. We help you figure out what are the things like social media, email marketing, newsletters, things that you want to have go out consistent. We also help you build clarity in what you're doing and how you're saying it. So your newsletter looks the same or similar every time. So the types of email messages you're sending out are consistently and clear, right? These are important things that you want to do to really grow your business. This is how I've done it. This is how I help my clients. I went from having just me to having a team of 100, and I make over $1 million a year in my business, and it's because I follow these 3 C's. But again, if you don't have the consistency you want right now because you're not able to get to everything, if you need to delegate some things, make sure that you're delegating things that free you up to do more of what you want to do. Get yourself out of Busyville by delegating some of the things that really are killing your time. And the way you can think about this is, if you want to real quick do an exercise, just on a piece of paper, write down 3 columns. And the column on the far left, write down just several things that you wish you could do if you had unlimited time and resources. What do you want to do in your business to really grow your business to where your dream is at? That's a list of, that's your wish list, right? Now in the middle column, write down what you're actually doing right now and assign how much time it takes you. Figure out on a weekly basis, what are the tasks you're doing? What are the things that you're working on? And put a time constraint to it. How much time does it take you to do this, right? As Bill mentioned, the average millionaire, or to be a millionaire, you have to average about $524 an hour to get to that $1 million at the end of the year, right? So if you're doing things in that middle column that anybody could do, not just you, you're wasting money. You could get somebody to do that for $10 an hour or less if you hire a virtual assistant. So you take those things that are in the middle column, especially the ones that are routine, that are boring, that are manual, that you just don't love to do, and you move them to the far right side in a column what you delegate, what you outsource. A friend of mine, Mary Jo, once said that, what I do with people, what I want to do with you is I help you focus on what you do best by hiring for all the rest. So you take away the things that are killing you right now from growing your business and you move them over to the right column, and then that frees up your middle column, what you're doing right now, to do more of your big picture stuff, to move more of the dreams from a dream to reality. If you're able to do that, then you're going to be very successful in your business. And that's really, really the message I want to get to you today. There's a lot of things that you can outsource. In fact, I always say it's hard to list them all because it's unlimited, really. There's pretty much anything you're doing in your business that you really wish you didn't have to do, we could find someone to do it for. There's a globe full of talent out there. Now more than ever, people that have high skills and good experience and great backgrounds and great work ethics are not working because of the certain situation. We can find the ones that you need to be able to help you turn things around in your business, to grow your business, to do even more than you're able to do now. And that's really, what I think is the key to every speaker's talk today. Everyone you've heard before me is you need to be able to do new things. You need to try something different. You need to get out of your routine. You need to get out of Busyville. But to do that, you have to figure out what it is you should delegate, what it is that you should outsource. And if you're going to outsource with me, we have this great offer for you today. And I'll talk about that. It's something that Bill and I have been working on. It's a pretty cool offer. So 40 hours of virtual assistant work for $497, right? You pay a one-time payment of $497, you get 40 hours. And we will do just about anything you want. Social media managing, Facebook ads, email campaigns, newsletters, data entry, managing your customer relationship, your CRM. You can think of something that we can do via computer, via the cloud, which is pretty much almost everything nowadays. We can do it for you. We can set up events. We can set up online events. We can run campaigns. We can run video conferences. You think about what it is that you need done in your business. What are the things that you want to peel away? Let us know, and we'll be able to help them with you. And we'll get you started with this package that Bill and I have been working on. And it's just step one, right? You get the 40 hours. You also get time with me, right? I'll give you 6 different videos that you can watch to help you. And then I'll be available for individual conversations, right? If you need help. And then I'll assign to you one of my veteran VAs, somebody who's worked with me for a long time, someone that can get you started on the right path. Again, so you're not going to just hire a VA and have somebody work for you you've never met before or never interacted with them before. You're going to go through me, right? So you're going to have me as your point of contact. You're going to have one of my core team members be there to work with you. We're going to hold your hand through the onboarding, through these first 6 weeks or so, to allow you to really get comfortable with that person so that they can give you consistent service. They can speak in the same voice that you do and keep your message clear. And they really can help you grow the business you want to do. This really is a success that I've done for 10 years now. And working with Bill and Powerteam, we're bringing it to you tonight. So when you think about what it is you want to outsource, you can do a couple things. If you got a list already, if you're thinking about you'd love to have somebody help you do these things, there's 2 places you can go. The first is you can text the word data, D-A-T-A, to 26786. And what we're going to do is we're going to work with you to figure out how we take what you need to get done and find the right person to do it for you. So text the word data to 26786. You'll get a reply back. That will be a form that you should fill out, a simple form, Google form, just listing the things that you think you want to outsource. And we'll get back to you within a couple hours, most likely, with some kind of initial proposal or at least more questions. The average start time, if you text us today, you probably have a VA working for you on your stuff within 3 days. 3 business days for sure. It's that quick. We've got a great talent pool. We've got a great system, and we're very successful. So that's it, Bill.
Hey, brother, as always, man, you over-deliver, and thanks for closing out today and getting that generous offer out there. Everyone, just so you know, if you don't have a VA, you're missing the point of being an entrepreneur. Focus on your greatness, delegate your weakness.
Yep.
Just write that down. Focus on your greatness, delegate your weakness as fast as you can. And what Daniel and the team do is they make it easy for you to do what you do best and let them do the rest.
Mm-hmm.
Just think about it. Do what you do best. Let them do the rest.
Yes.
The information's right there. I just want to say thanks to everybody for plugging in today. Hopefully you got a lot of great content, a lot of great people, and met a lot of great people. I mean, whether it was Robert Allen or Keri Murphy or Austin or Michael or Angel or all the speakers we had, John. I mean, so many great speakers all day long. Hopefully you've taken some of the information and plugged it in to get even better. I just want to personally say thanks for being in the house. Thanks for being a part of this. Don't forget, just type this in. Bill Walsh Live is our Sunday night edition, special event on Sunday night. You don't want to miss that. It'll be great. It's a live. You don't got to log in for anything. I've got a special guest that sold his last company for over $4 billion. He's going to talk about building a 9-figure business. It's every Sunday night and it's at 6 p.m. PST for 1 hour for 60 minutes. And I think that we need more positivity. We need more engagement. We need more getting people out of their own way. So if you ever want to get plugged in for something, go to Bill Walsh Live, get all the information. I think I've got one too many L's in there. Let me fix that for you. For our Sunday night live broadcast. It's going out on multiple networks. Pretty soon, a couple other cool networks. But once again, all you got to do is just go to the site. There's no opt-ins. Just come on Sunday nights at 6 o'clock. It's always an informative session. It's an hour of action-packed content. You will love it. I promise you that. But I just want to say a big thanks for plugging in today. Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Cheryl. Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, the entire team for making it possible. Mark, as always, you over-delivered again. And if I miss any of our speakers, obviously Robert Allen was phenomenal. Keri, Cindy kicked it off with her birthday. Her birthday party's going live tonight. And, of course, the Pritchett family. Don't forget the special offer. Go buy a House Guest from Hell game today. Send me a quick message. I'll send you a cool digital gift. And, Daniel, thanks so much, buddy. I appreciate you.
Oh, my pleasure. Every time.
Yep. Thanks for being awesome, as always. Everyone, I want to say good night. I want to say be safe. Stay healthy. Do everything you can to work on your business, work on yourself during this time. Reinvest, re-innovate, and then go to market with 1,000% behind you. Give it everything you have to drive that new idea, even if people think you're crazy. It's always been the fact that the crazy ones are the ones that will change the world because they believe they can. And I believe that every entrepreneur, this is the greatest time to be an entrepreneur. I know there's so many challenges out there, but I'll tell you right now, if you'll just understand these 3 simple ideas. Number 1, you adapt. This is incredible. You've got to adapt. Number 2, you've got to innovate. And number 3, you'll overcome. Adapt, innovate, overcome. Adapt, innovate, overcome. Write that down. Read it to yourself every day. It'll make a big change in the way you see things. Because the minute you begin to work on your personal economy, you can work on the global economy. Hey, listen, everybody, I love you guys. Thanks for plugging in. Look forward to seeing you Sunday on the Bill Walsh Live Show. And don't forget, I call random people right off the stream to have them come on. We stream that out. We email that out to more than 200,000 entrepreneurs. We get a lot of by maybe 50 to 100 people that are live on the broadcast, but we always project more and we always give it out to everybody. And then we re-email it for you. So you never know. Just show up. I might call you live to be on the show and share a couple minutes of your wisdom with everybody. So thanks, everybody. Have a great night. This is our finishing up for the May 28th Digital Success Summit. Love you guys. Talk to you soon. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye for now.